Good morning. The October 19th, 2021 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Department of Education auditorium and ask that you please silence all of your electronic devices. My goal today is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. I'll request that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record, and ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the viewing audience, and the audience here in the room. The entire meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. So good morning, everyone, and without further ado, we'll get started. The first thing on our item today under the consent agenda is approval of the minutes. So panel members, if you will review those, and at any time, if you don't have questions, I'll accept a motion.
I move approval of the minutes. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Wright McMurray and a second by Ms. Saraceni to approve the charter minutes as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Consent item number 2 is the 21-22 open enrollment charter renewal applicant map. If you'll take just a moment to look at that, panel members, as you can see on here when you pull up the map, that we have several charters, open enrollment charters, that will come up for renewal at our December meeting. Arkansas Lighthouse Academies has 6, Exalt Academy of Southwest Little Rock, Hoss Hall has 4 schools, and then of course the Excel Center that is run by the Goodwill Industries. In addition to those, and those are all listed to kind of give us a visual of where they're located, I was hoping that maybe some of our panel members that live in the Northwest might take the opportunity to visit some or all of the schools, and of course you're welcome to visit all of them. But Whitney, if you'll come up, and we need to make sure that we've adhered to all meeting requirements. So you want to kind of give us guidelines about, we need to meet, go visit one at a time, kind of come up and give us guidelines on.
As we discussed, I believe each panel member will need to visit the school individually without other panel members, and not discuss anything regarding the school outside of the panel meetings. Is that correct?
Okay, so any questions for Whitney? So Tim, you might want to come up and talk how you would like to handle that. Do you want to send contact information to all the panel members, let them reach out individually? You want them to go through you? How would you like to run that?
I don't mind at all. I can send out to all the panel members contact information for all the locations, and then if you want to reach out to those schools, if you would just let me know that you have scheduled a meeting, that way I can verify no other panel member is going to be going on that same day. And then we also have that map does list the open enrollment charters. We do have district conversion charters that are also going to be up for renewal. I did not include them on that map simply because they are they're part of an existing school district, but you are more than welcome to visit any of those as well, and I will include those in the list of all the contact information.
The district conversion charters that we will be hearing in December are, and Tim will send you this full list, the Academic Center for Excellence, or ACE, at Cabot School District, Cross County Elementary Technology Academy at Cross County, and you know Cross County has elementary and high school, but this is for their elementary is up for renewal. Hot Springs Junior Academy in the Hot Springs School District, Lincoln High School in the Lincoln School District, North Little Rock Center of Excellence for North Little Rock, Prairie Grove High School, and River Valley Virtual Academy at Van Buren School District. you remember that we increased the cap size for River Valley at the beginning of the pandemic. So I think they'll have a lot of good things to share with us as well. Lots of lessons learned.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just a thought. I've been doing this for a while, and I found it useful to visit both the conversion and the open enrollment. And it really sends a message that we value both equally when panel members take the time to visit each one. So I plan on visiting. I get more invitations to visit schools up here in Northwest Arkansas than I have time to do. But I think it would be great if we could do both conversion and the open enrollment also. Another thought too, you know, I don't see a problem with two of us visiting the school at the same time. We just need to abide by the guidelines. It's so much easier for the school to have one visit than to have the, you know, kind of the drop-in type deal. So if Dr. Johnson can just provide us with whatever guidelines that we need to have if two of us visit. And for some of the local schools, especially a small school district, you know, they might have a reporter tag along, which I don't see as a big deal. You know, it's just, it's kind of a big deal for their community. So anyway, just a few thoughts.
So Whitney, you want to come up and address that? If we're having more than one, what the additional steps will be?
Yes, ma'am. If more than one panel member is going to visit a school or at the same time, just be sure and don't discuss anything regarding the school unless it's within the confines of a charter authorizing panel meeting.
And then will we need to also publish that as a more than two in a meeting?
I think that would be a good idea.
Okay. So we'll need to get it to Tim in time to get that information out to our communications director.
Thank you.
We'll put all of that in the email. Tim will.
Okay. Yeah, since Mr. Baldwin is in Northwest Arkansas now, I might see, can I drag him along with me on a few of those?
I would be honored. It'll be more valuable for me.
That'd be great. All right, well, we'll get all those guidelines written up, sent to you, and the contact information for all the district conversion and open enrollment charters that are set for renewal December 14th and 15th. That gives us about 2 months to be able to make our visits. All right, any other discussion? Anybody want to pick schools, or you want to think about it and see who you can contact? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll discuss that and get everything to Tim. Appreciate that. I think that'll be great for our schools and great for us to know what's really going on in those schools and be able to speak to it when we review their applications. All right, I think we're ready to move into our action agenda. Action item 1. Mr. Johnston, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Tim Johnston, DESE Charter Unit. Before we begin the digital learning program applications, legal has something they would like to address.
I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Whitney James with the department. On 2 of the digital learning applications that we have on the agenda today, I believe there's a typo in the code section on the Lighthouse application and the Hoss Hall application. The code section 616.126 is listed, and I believe that these schools intended to list 610.126. I would just ask that the schools confirm that before we move forward with the applications, but I wanted to point that out to the panel.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. James. And
Yes, ma'am.
Whitney is now our attorney for charter panel, so we look forward to you being with us every time.
I have some very big shoes to fill.
Shout out to Mary Claire.
Yes, shout out to Mary Claire.
Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Johnston.
first digital learning application has been submitted by Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. All locations will offer digital content through synchronous and asynchronous methods of instruction in both virtual and blended models through an approved LMS and CMS platforms. And the internal review committee has gone through this application very thoroughly. And all 6 locations are the Jacksonville Lighthouse High School Academy, Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary Academy, Jacksonville Lighthouse Flight Line Academy, Capital City Lighthouse Elementary Academy, Pine Bluff Lighthouse Elementary Academy, and Pine Bluff Lighthouse Middle School Academy. And Ms. LaShonda Noel, Director, is on via Zoom, as well as Isaiah Cosio. I apologize if I did not say that correctly. Good deal. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is a part of our expedited digital learning process, some of our remaining applications. So panel members, any questions for Director Noel? No? No questions on this side? Dr.
Just a question for ADE, Mr. Johnson. Is it Mr. Johnson or Dr. Johnson? I want to get it right.
Mr. Sir.
So, okay. Was there anything during the review, this will be a question for all of them, so you can just address it when you present. Was there anything out of the ordinary that you all found that you all may have corrected or worked with the district on that's worth us knowing as a panel?
I was not involved with any of the review. We have an internal ADE panel that represents multiple divisions within the agency that have reviewed. And they don't come to us until all of the panel has approved, all the review panel has approved what has been submitted.
Dr. Williams, there can be no outstanding issues. That review panel does not send it forward to charter or to the state board until all issues have been resolved, if there were any issues. And if time ran out and they had to bring something forward, they would bring it forward and address to the panel or to the state board, whatever those remaining issues are.
You know, what I was looking for, and this is something we may be able to do at a later date from internal for ADE, is, you know, what are the learnings that we're seeing coming as these expedited applications come forward? You know, are there some of the same issues that you're addressing with each one? Not looking to hold up anything, but just a good learning opportunity for us as panel members to know that these are some of the key issues that keep coming up. We know they're addressed when they come to us. So no questions beyond that statement.
I do have one question.
Go ahead.
When does their charter expire?
I apologize that I failed to say that. Their charter expires in June of 2022, so they will actually be before you in December with their renewal application as well.
Okay.
Director Noel, how many students do you have enrolled in your virtual program today?
I think we have a total of 12, so not that many. It is something that we offered, but we are pushing for all of our students to be in person.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll accept a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Williams and a second by Ms. Wright McMurray to approve the digital learning program for the Future School of Fort Smith. I'm on the right one. That's not right. For the future, let me get up here on the right line. For Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. And Whitney, did we confirm with the change? Let's do that.
Yes, I would just like, before you conclude voting on the Lighthouse application, confirm that the school does not is not requesting a waiver of 6/16/126, but is requesting a waiver of 6/10/126.
Ms. Noel, can you confirm that?
Director Kaufman, unfortunately, I'm not sure what waiver 6.
Okay, I can explain that. Director Noel, the waiver that was listed on the application is 6/16/126. That's a code section that addresses food handling safety and instructional materials clearinghouse, and I believe that was a typo. The code section that you might have wanted to request a waiver of is 6/10/126, which is delay or early release of school due to emergency circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I did speak with David Jones this morning to kind of give him a heads up on this, but just wanted to confirm that that was a typo.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion by Dr. Williams and a second by Ms. Wright McMurray to approve the digital learning program for our Arkansas Lighthouse Academies. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnston?
Yes, ma'am. The next one is Future School of Fort Smith. They've submitted a digital learning program for grades 9 through 12. Instruction will follow asynchronous and synchronous formats through blended delivery. Approved LMS and CMS platforms will be utilized. The charter expires in June of 2026. And Boyd Logan, the director, is on Zoom if you have any questions.
Panel members? Questions? Ms. Wright McMurray?
Just reflecting back on, normally we've tried to have it within the 3-year period. Would they be okay with amending that request so that it would show that reflected?
Mr. Logan, are you okay with amending for a 3-year request?
Yes, that's fine. We received that email to that effect. That's absolutely fine with us. We hope to not use it at all. So is our ideal situation right now. Just to answer any questions the panel may have. We have no students in that virtual learning option and hope to not. We're basically doing this as a contingency just in case things were to go south again and we had to, that we have a plan in place.
Any other questions, panel members? Dr. Williams, any questions? I'll accept a motion.
I move approval.
I have a motion from Mr. Baldwin, a second from Dr. Flowers to approve the digital learning program for the Future School of Fort Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes. Congratulations. And thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Paul.
Logan.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and service.
Mr. Johnston?
Haas Hall Academy has submitted a digital learning program application for Haas Hall Academy at the Jones Center, Haas Hall Academy at the Lane, and Haas Hall Academy Bentonville. All 4 locations serve students in grades 7 through 12. Instruction is delivered virtually in a synchronous format utilizing an approved learning management system. Their charter also expires in June of 2022. And Martin Schottmeyer, the director, is on via Zoom.
Panel members, any questions? Whitney, do you want to come and confirm the
Yeah.
waiver?
I have a quick question. It just noticed it says revised. What was the change?
I'm sorry, Dr. Williams, could you repeat that?
It says here, I was just looking at it, says Haas Hall revised digital learning plan. Any idea how it was changed?
I do not. Dr. Schottmeyer, can you speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. The State Department sent us some questions for us to answer, and we answered them. So I guess that's why they revised it.
Dr. Williams, usually it's just being a little, providing more clarification, or when you're reading something, it'll make you ask a question that they'll send just to clarify.
And not necessarily a revision as in getting a different provider and so forth. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, we just try to keep up with all the different versions as we send back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes you'll see numbers at the end. Any other questions? Whitney?
I would just like to confirm, and I spoke with Mark Henry this morning, attorney for Haas Hall, that the school is not asking for a waiver of 616-126, which is the code section addressing food handling safety, but is rather asking for a waiver of 610-126, which is delay or early release of school due to emergency circumstances.
Exactly, and thank you for your call.
Thank you.
Dr. Schottmeyer, how many students are currently enrolled in your virtual program?
About 5%.
Any other questions? All right, hearing no other questions, I'll accept a motion.
I move approval. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Wright McMurray and a second by Ms. Saraceni to approve the digital learning program for Haas Hall Academy for 1 year. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Dr. Schottmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Hope Academy in Northwest Arkansas has submitted a digital learning program application for grades K through 5. Instructions will be virtual, utilizing asynchronous and synchronous formats through an approved LMS. The charter expires in 2025, and Jake Gibbs, principal, is available via Zoom if you have any questions.
Panel members, any questions? Ms. Wright McMurray?
Just the same previous question I had about the time period for the application.
Mr. Gibbs?
Yes.
Ms. Wright McMurray is inquiring if you would be okay with a 3-year approval.
Yes, that's totally fine.
Okay. And could you tell us how many students are currently enrolled in your virtual program?
We have 50 enrolled. Oh, I'm sorry. Zero in virtual.
Any other questions? I'll accept a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Saraceni, a second by Mr. Baldwin, to approve the digital learning program for Hope Academy in Northwest Arkansas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carries. Motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Gibbs.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Johnston?
West Wind School for Performing Arts submitted a digital learning program application for grades 6 through 8. Instructions will be asynchronous and synchronous formats delivered through virtual and blended models. The school will utilize state-approved LMS and CMS platforms, and the application has been requested for a 3-year period. Their charter expires in June of 2026. And Ms. Teresa Timmons, superintendent, and Chastity McNeary, principal, are both available via Zoom.
All right, thank you. Questions? Ms. Wright McMurray, we want to ask our same question? All right. Superintendent Timmons, are you agreeable for a 3-year approval of your application?
Yes, ma'am. We were informed by Mr. Johnson via email, and we do agree with the 3-year extension.
I'm sorry.
She said she did agree. I notified them via email prior.
Gotcha.
that
Okay.
The panel probably would be limiting it to 3 years.
And
so.
how many students are currently enrolled in your virtual program?
We currently have 1 student enrolled.
All right. Any other questions? I'll accept a motion.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Flowers and a second by Ms. Wright McMurray? Is that right? Is that who said it? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Timmons.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Mr. Johnston?
Okay. Next on the agenda is consideration of a district conversion public charter school, Guy Berry College and Career Academy. Mountain Home School District submitted the application. It will serve grades 6 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 200 students. The school will follow an ALE model with an industry focus. Dr. Jake Long is here to present in person, and then Dr. Dana Brown and Mr. Jeff Kincaid are both available via Zoom. I know legal has some instructions as far as the presenters, and they will have 20 minutes to present.
Ms. James?
We will need anyone who is testifying or speaking today other than attorneys to be sworn in, please.
All right. If all those speaking on behalf of the school will raise your right hand, even online. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I acknowledge that they all said yes. All right, and you have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Long.
How are you?
I'm great. Glad you're here.
Happy to be here.
And yeah, you got the clicker.
Got it. Thank you. Well, good morning. Thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to present to you what I feel like is a unique model, an interesting model, but one that certainly does, cater to the needs of kids, as well as develop a strong workforce and an industry there. But Guy Berry College and Career Academy, and so what we're presenting is an ALE model with an industry focus. It is a district conversion charter. So our district mission, committed to excellence in education, every student, every time. And so within our ALE and within Guy Berry, they certainly do operate with that mission. I feel like it's important that I take just a couple minutes here and discuss our why. And part of our why, it lies within Guy Berry's success that they've had as an ALE school. Mr. Jeff Kincaid, he is an ALE State Administrator of the Year. He's very recognized in the ALE world as a innovative thinker, someone who problem solves, someone who puts students' best interests at heart. We have been identified as an Arkansas model ALE school. We've had 3 separate teachers identified as ALE Arkansas State Teacher of the Year. And then we have also been identified as one of 13 model schools, model ALEs, that actually serve across the country. And so Mr. Kincaid has had the opportunity to get at the table with those other 13 schools and collaborate and talk about some of their successes. The reason why I feel like that Guy Berry has had an extreme level of success is because of the way that they approach student learning through project-based learning and then through integrated cross-curricular projects. Some of those examples that they've had these are over the past 5 years is Guy Berry Manufacturing, where they actually took donated palleted lumber and created, decorative signs of it. So they set that up as a business model, and they were able to embed literacy, math, science, and social studies lessons into these projects. Computer sciences, Governor Hutchinson was actually at Guy Berry a few years ago and had the opportunity to play tic-tac-toe, I believe, maybe it's something, tic-tac-toe with one of our students through a programming process. We also they had a tilapia project in which they utilized hydroponics and created student learning opportunities through these hands-on. We have a greenhouse, so every fall, winter, and summer, you can see that thing in Boom. They created a White River Basin replica in one of their courtyards. Have a chicken house. They've done a variety of hands-on learning activities through chicken farming. Also partnered with Mr. Tim Coleman with First Security in developing business plans and marketing. And then most recently, they were recognized at the summer ALE conference for their Ancestry project, in which it was a cross-curricular project in which really focused in on writing and literacy and allowed the teachers to collaborate together. So part of why, the model that we're presenting, I feel like it's important that I went over some of our success and part of the why behind the direction in which we're going. Some additional historical commentary with this. Guy Berry is currently an ALE environment, but it is not a standalone as its own school. So whenever students come to us at Guy Berry, they maintain their sending school LEA number. Guy Berry also has a night school in which we serve students that have dropped out in the ages from 18 to 21. And so we provide that opportunity, and that's a service, and currently we have 15 kids enrolled in that. It is one in which we have had opportunity for success and have seen graduates come from that program. We're not 100% there, but it's certainly giving them that opportunity to serve those kids who have had life, hit them right square in the face. We also partner with several districts in that area. Since 2015, we have been a consortium, and so we engage through MOUs with those neighboring school districts based on a per student basis, and provide those learning services, those ALE learning services. And so through those projects that I've already gone through, they've had a host of industry-centered learning experiences. We have been approached with another opportunity to really focus in on one of the industries that's definitely growing up there in our neck of the woods. And so that is through one of the owners, Mr. Rob Finley, who also serves on the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission, has approached us, and basically, this conversation started about a year and a half ago, and said, "Hey, I've got this canoe mold. What can you guys do with it?" And so, we started brainstorming and looking at those different things and opportunities that exist through creating real learning experiences and hands-on and industry support in this area of boat manufacturing. So whether we're talking about fiberglass molding, aluminum welding, design, marketing, sales, we feel like that there's definitely a workforce need that exists here. And some of the things that they're offering up is not only the mold and equipment and supplies, but also some facility space, training, internships, and apprenticeships. And so that's just one of the manufacturers that exist there. Another piece of our why, Guy Berry is known for their hands-on project-based learning opportunities for our kids. This summer, I had a new parent meeting in which I was doing a meet and greet with some of the parents, and they had heard about Guy Berry And they wanted their child to go to Guyberry, and yet, they didn't typically qualify because of the regulations of qualifying for all the ALE. And so I think that we'll circle back to that point here in a second as part of our why. So the industry needs that exist that we're looking to serve through this conversion charter are within that manufacturing, welding, plastics, fiberglass, molding, and there are locally several boat companies and manufacturers that are ready to partner with us. Here's just a few: Shawnee and Boats, Supreme, Vexus. Governor was just up at in Flippin, Arkansas a couple weeks ago, and on the announcement of Vexus expanding their workforce and obviously needing more workers. Basscat, Yarcraft, then also Ranger and Triton. So the opportunity for additional industry partners is very great here within this particular model. So the program model that we have been focused on is an ALE model with an industry focus, and this is serving grades 6 through 12. We plan to utilize our Guyberry's Guiding Coalition and our TOSAs, which are teachers on special assignment, and so those are more maybe what you'd be more familiar with from an instructional facilitator standpoint. But our TOSAs have already began deep level work of identifying essential standards, and then what we're going to do is we're going to embed and integrate those learning standards into work-based learning opportunities that align to the different opportunities within the boat manufacturing field and industry. We also will utilize instructional support specialists to support our educators as they create this, because as you can imagine, there is not a canned curriculum or an already established curriculum that identify utilizing a chopper gun or a fiberglass mold while embedding English, math, science, and history into these projects. And so students in each grade band will have these different opportunities based on our pathways model, which I'll talk about here in a second. And so we would like through the conversion charter to have a continuation of the consortium to continue to serve the local districts around us, and as well as expanding that. So our pathways model is a K-12 model that has been built upon our, I think where you may be the longest standing conversion charter within the state. I think that's right, but if not, we were one of the first, going back to 2001 with our career academies. And so Dr. Dana Brown, she was the principal at that time in which that was implemented. And so what we've done is we've really expanded our career academies into these pathways that exist K-5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10, 12 through awareness, exposure, exploration, and then experience to really create rich career-connected learning opportunities for our students. So at Guyberry, or at our conversion charter specifically, in the grades of 6 through 7, we would focus on learning opportunities through the industry that we're choosing, job shadowing, of safety practices, of research and production processes, as well as hands-on experiences in boat molding, and building parts and assembly. In 8 through 9, we would continue that and follow our pathway model of exploration, which is the continuation of mold building and creating those assembly productions as well as safe practices. Then moving into the 9th grade, expand on those work-based learning opportunities through the more hands-on of sanding of fiberglass is just an example, and then clean up and inventory process, which you can imagine math opportunities that you have to embed integrated projects into that. Through the 10-12 experience, that's where it really does get exciting for our kids in being able to be engaged in some of the hands-on learning opportunities through internships, marketing and sales, utilizing social media, and creating those advertisements and ads through social media, as well as diving deeper into the ins and outs of the industry, which includes gel coating, building on that industry certification of being OSHA 10 certified, then moving into paid apprenticeship opportunities, which I feel like is really the direction in which our career and technical kids and our tech center opportunities need to be going. We do have the capstone class already within our high school model, and so this includes a portfolio presentation and opportunities with the business partners to lay out what they've done over the course of their educational career, as well as mock interviews with industry professionals leading into real interviews. And so we feel like that this all then will lead into expanded 2-year opportunities with ASU Mountain Home in their technical courses, which include manufacturing, welding, automotive, and also mechatronics. So you have the performance goals before you. I won't read them specifically, but 80% of our senior class, graduating and meeting those graduation requirements. 100% of the graduates obtain at least one recognized industry certification. Students in grades 6 through 7 participate in career-connected learning opportunities each semester through the exposure model that we have through our pathways. And then each student 6th through 11th grade will show that academic growth on our state assessments. So that'd be ACT Aspire. NWEA is one in which we use for our common formative, and then or in the 11th grade being ACT. The waivers that we request is teacher licensure. And so this I think that we'll have a few questions on this specifically because of the ALE teacher licensure code that does currently exist. Library and media specialists, we feel like that we can embed this into our ELA curriculum and be able to meet those standards, and then the credit hour to allow students to receive that credit reflected on their transcript during that internship and work-based learning opportunities. So they're through the process, there's some things that I'd like to go ahead and address from a clarity in the model standpoint, and I think that there'll be some additional questions regarding accountability. But this being an industry-focused model for at-risk students, some of the questions that do arise is what accountability pieces are we exempt from it being an ALE model and an at-risk model. And so I think that we'll probably, I'll field those questions as they come up. We do feel like that there's an opportunity for an application process for students that may not qualify through the normal ALE. And this is going back to address that parent that was like, hey, I want my child to be in a school and to learn in this particular way through having hands-on learning, real-life opportunities. And so having an application process for non-qualifying ALE students. And really have it based on a project-based learning model. We currently have we have a consortium MOU agreement, and so the way that exists and the way that I would think that it would continue to exist is that as the students come to us, we're providing those educational services, but they maintain, the local school district maintains that accountability through the MOU agreement. Same thing for resources, because they're paying a tuition amount to us for providing these services, then we're not expending any kind of local district resources for that. Each year we will address any ALE descriptions with our ALE description and address any of those levels underneath the charter. We do feel like that the potential exists through working with APSRC and our North Central Co-op. That's really where the idea was birthed, was APSRC coming to the table and saying, hey, are there any schools that might be interested in a model like this that serves multiple school systems? And then you start looking at it, as a big idea piece. What other industries can we design the same? What other industries can we design like learning opportunities to specifically tailor to, whether that's the power sports industry or other manufacturers. And so right there is our contact information. And so that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Microphone on. Thank you, Dr. Long. Ms. James, if you'll come up and go over any remaining legal issues.
My name is Whitney James with the department, and we do have some remaining legal concerns. I spoke with Dr. Brown, and I spoke with Mr. Walter, and I believe we can get these squared away, but just to go over everything on the record. First, the waiver of clock hours, we did not have any legal concerns with that. However, we did want to confirm that there will not be any students engaged in virtual learning at this school, and I did confirm with Dr. Brown that that is correct.
Yes, that does exist under that does exist under our current 812 conversion charter. We've been approved for digital programming under that.
Okay. But there are not students engaged in virtual learning at Guyberry, is that correct?
Currently there are, but under this. Sorry. Currently there are, but under this model, we will make sure that they fall underneath our approved.
Okay. And as far as teacher licensure goes, I spoke with Dr. Brown and confirmed that the school is also asking for a waiver of code sections 617.309, 617.401, and 617.902. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And I also confirmed with Dr. Brown that the school is asking for a waiver of Section 7 of the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education rules governing educator licensure. The reason I confirm that is because they just had Section 7 listed in their waiver request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And also, our question here is, have you discussed alternative licensure pathways with the licensure unit?
So we have, and that's where I was referencing the ALE certification code, in which you're able to get universally certified by taking, Mr. Kincaid might be able to have that exact code, but we're able to get all of our teachers certified through that. I'm sorry, there's the expert right there, so she'll know.
It'll be the talk about taking the 5511 test.
That's correct, the 5511.
Which puts them certified in all 4 core areas. The one question I had was, you do realize that you have to be AQT also in art, music, and foreign language. Sometimes we forget about those, so
okay.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Not, they just have to be AQT in those areas.
Okay.
And the last one, or the last concern regarding library media specialists, just want to confirm, and I did talk to Dr. Brown about this, that they are asking for waivers of code section 625-103 through 105, and that the standard listed should be 4F1. Is that correct?
That is correct, and as I mentioned in the presentation, being able to embed these standards through our ELA curriculum.
I've got another. So on credit hours,
Yes, ma'am.
I need a little more explanation of what CR means on the transcript.
Dr. Brown, can you help me with that regarding how we utilize CR on our transcript for internships and apprenticeships?
Yes, in our current Mountain Home High School Career Academy district conversion charter, whenever we had industry partners that served as mentors and students participated in internship opportunities, we wanted to waive the letter grade, but actually show credit hours by putting CR on the transcript so that students would actually get the credit and not necessarily a grade, because it didn't play within their necessity of having a letter grade. They needed the experience. And so that's what we've operated under with our current approved charter. And so we wanted to have the same opportunity provided for these students as well.
Ms. Brown, have you had any issues when a student transfers to another district?
No, we have not. Currently, we had students that participated in our first robotics program, and that was considered a CR on their transcript, and they were able to, transfer appropriately. So it did not impact them.
And
We've not had an issue.
And it's only for courses where there's an industry partner or internship?
Correct. That was all that we had requested. Correct. Internship, apprenticeship, that type of opportunity.
I have a question.
You have questions?
So, hi, Dr. Brown, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm trying to better understand the waiver that's requested in regards to work-based learning opportunities, and trying to get a sense of what you guys are wanting to do there. Because I think that was one of the waivers that you had, was in regards to the credit hours.
The credit hours, yeah.
Yes, and so I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what outcomes you're trying to get to there.
So whenever students, and Dr. Brown, please support me in this, as we've been, utilizing this for over a
Several
decade
years.
probably. But we utilize that for whenever students are in the internship of just offering up credit as opposed to a letter grade for that course. Correct, Dr. Brown?
So,
Yes, it is. And it pertains to their career focus. Right.
So I guess I'm trying to, because, we have our work-based learning programs lined out, and so I'm trying to see, are you guys utilizing that model at all, or are you doing something separate and apart from what we currently
So my guess is it is separate and apart because it probably existed prior to the work-based learning model coming in. And this may be very well something that we need to update within our current model of how we're doing, and then get aligned with this for the work-based learning model. But what we utilized in this approach is, I guess, what we knew. And so if that's something that we need to back up and look at, whatever models being offered up, we certainly can.
Well, and another reason that we ask for a waiver is because our community will only, certain parts of our community, whenever we wanted to offer internships, they would only support a semester opportunity for our students versus a year-long. So we asked for that opportunity. I mean, they still get a year opportunity for internship, but they may not be with the same internship partner. So that was kind of more of the flexibility that we have been utilizing in our current approved charter.
Ms. Brown, do the students, does their transcript then indicate an earned credit?
Yes,
Okay.
but again, it's CR, and it doesn't play within their GPA. It's just a CR, not a letter grade.
I would just recommend that you have an opportunity to visit with our work-based learning office to try to see if there are options that we can look at for your students that fit with what you're trying to do, versus trying to work around that. I think there's ways we can work with you on that versus you having to work around or work outside of that.
And like I said a second ago, it's entirely possible that our model, was in place prior to those things being in place. So it'd be, updating that. So.
That's very true.
And Dr. Long, I think probably we might want to have a conversation with Dr. Arola just to make sure that you're not missing out on any SQSS points. We just need to double check that to see that the CR is carrying forward with a credit.
Under a current model, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we just need to check that one specifically and make sure it's working appropriately.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'm writing myself a note.
And I also have another question.
Go ahead.
And then, could you give a little bit more detail on what you're meaning when you, for your teacher licensure? And it was speaking to industry partners, being able to come in and instruct the courses. What is that going to look like especially for those CTE courses? Because I'm going to imagine that's what you were referencing.
That's true, but we also feel like, we have a staff, and guys, first of all, we can't put forward this model without the utilization of our staff who have been, as you guys can see, excelling in creating these project-based learning opportunities for our teachers. And all those teachers are, certified as they should be. So as we get into this and we start partnering up with some of those industries, and we see that there's opportunity for those industry partners and those companies to provide learning experiences, then I feel like that's where we would need those waivers. Does that answer your question?
So are they coming in like intermittently, like guest speakers, or are they responsible for instructing the courses? That's what I'm trying to get.
I foresee us always having our own staff for that, but at the same time, the opportunity may present itself, and as we end up partnering up with maybe this one particular manufacturers, we may be able to work with them in a way in which they are the instructor of record for that internship class, for an externship. Of course, we already have a teacher that would be that supervising teacher. So I guess it's kind of planning for the unknown that might and being able to capitalize on the industry partnerships that could come up. Mr. Kincaid, do you have any additional thoughts with that?
For what we're looking at, is as we do this, we're going to embed our system standards, but we're also, there's standards that we're just going to have to teach just like we normally teach them. We're looking at trying to have a Wednesday build and a Friday build. We'll have an AM build and a PM build. During the AM build, our kids would, because we're on an 8-period day, our kids that are in the PM build, they'll go through their classes 1 through 4. Then on Friday, they would do 5 through 8, and then the AM and PM, as they flip, it'll be that way. So those kids are still getting their, still getting educated and still getting their taught, but we want to make sure we meet all the essential standards, because some of them, you know, we can embed a lot of that in, but some of them are just going to have to be taught just like they're taught normally, so we meet everything.
So that I truly support bringing industry partners in and having them to assist in the classroom. I think they definitely enrich the learning experience, and they're able to bring those real world applications. But it sounds like with the explanation that there will still be a licensed teacher that will be assisting that industry partner through the process, so they won't have the full responsibility for being the teacher of record. They will be there to help enhance the learning experience.
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't want to, but at the same time, I don't want to negate a good opportunity there for an industry partner to help us through that learning process, particularly if, you know, our numbers, you know, grow with that and us needing that. But as we would enter into this, we would have that teacher of record certified through the processes and continue to strive to do that as our top first priority. Thank you.
Mr. Walter, do you have clarifying information for us?
Yes, Madam Chair. Morning, Madam Chair, members of the panel. My name is Trip Walter. I'm a staff attorney with the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. I'm going to make a comment here. Ms. James may want to add some information too, but she was good enough to reach out to me on behalf of the conversions today, and you heard the explanation earlier with the digital learning plans about the 616 126 and 610 126. She was good enough to get with me and say, even if there wasn't specific confusion, since she's going to offer that opportunity, it's my understanding, to one of the other conversion charters, because they had that issue, that she was going to offer to all the conversions. So long story short, I'd like to request to add Arkansas Code annotated 610 126 to the waivers that have already been requested by Mountain Home.
Ms. James, you want to come up and remind the panel what 610 126 is?
616-126 is the code section regarding food handling safety, and 610-126 is the code section titled delay or early release of school due to emergency circumstances. I don't see, though, that Guy Berry has requested an instructional day waiver, and these are the code sections associated with that waiver. So I'm not sure it applies in this case.
All right, well then, given that, we'll withdraw the request.
All right, Dr. Williams, do you have questions for Dr. Long?
Yes, a comment. One, I really thought the presentation was great. I love the idea of I'll often refer to connecting the dots, and connecting student learning directly to manufacturing to businesses was perfect. I got a little lost when you start talking about the consortium. Could you just kind of maybe I'm just a little slow today, but the conversion charter school today is for an ALE school. How does the consortium fit into that? Is it going to be a model that all schools can send students to? I just got lost in that conversation.
Yes, currently our ALE operates in our program description as a consortium. And so the school districts of Norfolk, Cotter, Flippin, and Calico Rock utilize Guy Berry as an opportunity for them to send students to us for that meet and qualify under the current ALE guidelines. We've also historically had students from prior to them starting their own programs, Yuva Summit, also had Viola, some students come to us from there. So we initiated that model out of a necessity in establishing and providing that service to other schools in that area. And it's one that I do feel like that we would like to be able to continue under this model and continue to write our ALE program description that will fit underneath this conversion charter and provide that opportunity for those schools to continue to be able to do that. Of course, under just as they can under our current high school model and our current district charter, students can school choice in, they can transfer in, but then they, become, Mountain Home students at that time. Under the consortium model, they remain their sending school students, and we engage in that process through the MOU, that exists.
That works. Thank you.
Dr. Williams, any other additional questions?
None.
Thank you. Dr. Flowers?
Thank you again for your very informative presentation. My question goes back to your performance goals. You mentioned how each student grades 6 through 11 will show academic growth in at least one area, and it was on the ACT Aspire, NWEA, or the ACT. Can you speak a bit about what the action steps look like as you develop those with students who may be struggling within their action plan?
Yeah, and I see that those being addressed through each of the individualized student success plans. And so building those in based on whatever that student's greatest needs are and their greatest opportunity to excel in any one of those. So I really do see those being individualized through the success planning process.
Focus on one area.
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. Mr. Kincaid, do you disagree?
No, that's what we currently do now with the student action plans. We look at those students and see where what their social. We address their social and emotional learning plus their career opportunities. But also with our PLCs, we look at those student scores when we get them in, and we try to work with that to try to focus on whatever their lowest score is and try to help improve. That's how the Ancestry project came about, as our students were low in their writing, so we started working real hard with that, and we were able to get over a 9-week period, some kids turned in 30-page papers. So that was what we're trying to do, and that's through our student action plans.
With parents. With the parents.
Yeah.
Dr. Flowers, any additional questions?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
So I used to live in Batesville, just a little bit south of Mountain Home.
Yes, sir.
I understand the importance in a rural community of trying to do this, so I applaud you for the effort. Is this the first like this in the state of Arkansas?
So I'm aware, and I don't know that there's any exact model, an ALE model with an industry focus or an industry focused model in which heavily serves, the ALE population. And so, those two things, I think are left to be decided based on the accountability measures that, we're going to be held to. I did speak with Cabot's ACE Academy. They do have some of their ALE students that fall under the ACE Academy, but really they maintain their LEA, their sending school code per se.
So I saw in here that you have a partnership with the local technical college and with ASU. And then it sounds like you also have a partnership with the boat manufacturing company, maybe others in the future. Are those partnerships, oral partnerships, or are they written? Is there an operating agreement that specifies roles and responsibilities between all the partners?
So with ASU, yes, we have an engagement there through the technical school. Through the boat manufacturers, no. There's no written agreement at this time. But I do foresee us needing, something that based on what they're truly, going to bring to the table. Everything at this point has been really in idea exploration, and then I do have a letter of support from Mr. Finley and Shawnee Boats in saying that they're willing to pour into this particular model. And I know that he's had additional conversations with some of those other manufacturers, Vexus specifically. And, there's really, once we get this thing out in front of these guys, I can see there being a really high level of engagement and support in making this thing happen.
My hope would be on the manufacturing end that they would commit to hiring students and put that out there as a carrot for these students to be excited about getting a job.
Yeah.
If that's what they want.
And I really see, us having a night school portion of this where if we do have students that have had, to say drop out or whatever it may be, us still being able to embed this night school into our conversion charter, because these students are going and they're going to work. And how much better than them, being able to utilize their place of work and then come in and us offer those educational services and go ahead and finish up that high school diploma.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Scott McMurray?
Any additional questions?
So start off with, I love the idea of supporting our ALL students in career technical education. I think that's something that we need to do more of, so I appreciate you guys working on that. Just wanted to get a little bit more of a sense of what your programs of study are going to look like and how students are going to move through those pathways. Because I think you mentioned that there is a partnership with UFPB, and I think that's probably around their agriculture program, and so is agriculture one of your programs of study, or how is all that going to map out?
So our high school, our Mountain Home High School Career Academies, we have over 20 program of studies that would be readily available, through this process to those students as well. So the program of studies specifically identified for Guy Berry, Dr. Brown, can you address that?
Yes. Guy Berry works very closely with ASU Mountain Home Technical Center in the programs of study that have been approved within machining, manufacturing, welding, in addition to our automotive. I mean, there's several programs of study that our students are able to move through, not only agriculture, business, health professions. They have a lot of opportunities to move through that tie within the boat industry. So, I mean, even if they decide to go within the marketing area, we do have the marketing program of study, and it can even go through concurrent or articulated credit within ASU Mountain Home. So they have a lot of opportunities.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Saraceni, you have questions? All right. Down to accountability. Here we go. So you recognize that as having an LEA number, you now are required to meet all the standards for accreditation for that LEA.
So, you know, in looking and in engaging in this process very early on, starting with Mary Claire, starting with forgot the other individuals. It was my understanding that that ALE students are exempt from the A to F accountability.
That's correct.
Okay, and then also in looking at and doing some research on that code, it looks to me like that schools or conversion charters who are meeting the needs of at-risk students are also exempt from the accountability that exists. And so
For A to F.
for A to F?
Correct.
Okay. And does that not include which A to F is based off of the ESSA index, correct?
So what happens is an ESSA index score is determined for the building. That's a federal requirement. We have to do that for every building. So once you get an LEA number, that causes an ESSA school index to be calculated per federal requirement. The state requirement of A to F is exempt under the rules for public school rating on annual school performance reports. So you've met the guidelines for the exemption of A to F. What happens in reality is those scores are then sent back to probably your other high school, and they would be included when A to F is calculated. But I'll double check that. Pretty sure that's right, but I'll double check it.
So as far as being able to present this model and as an ALE model and having that exempt, or whether it's a waiver for exemption or an exemption there, you're telling me that that does not exist?
The exemption from A to F, it would apply immediately based on your definition of your mission to be an industry-focused model for at-risk students under the district conversion.
Okay.
But you will still be required to meet standards for accreditation minus any waivers that you're approved for.
Okay.
My final question is, are you requesting a 5-year approval?
I feel like with not having a strong model for this to follow after around the state, I mean, nobody's doing like this. I think it would be most responsible of us to approach this from a 3-year approval process and let us really work to get it off the ground and find out what we don't know, because I'll tell you, I'm gonna have to lean on you guys from this accountability standpoint, because I have my own questions about, you know, I'm not afraid of accountability for any student or all students. I mean, I think that needs to exist, but at the same time, I don't want to be, you know, intentional based on the student populations that really, you know, I see us meeting, you know, their needs. I don't want us to be unresponsible with that from a accountability standpoint. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I think on one of your previous slides, you mentioned it and then moved on. You had parent request for students that do not meet ALE placement.
That's right.
So what is your plan for those students?
So I would love for us, my plan is to develop an application process in which the parents say, hey, I want my child to be able to take part in this industry-focused learning, and us, you know, submit that application, and then us be able to educate them under this model the same as we would students in which, you know, exist under meeting the ALE requirements.
So probably if you were looking at, let me flip back to this page. you were requesting 200 and then growing it to 300 seats. Currently, how many students,
58.
ALE students? 58?
58.
So, does that include the consortium students?
Yes, it does. And that is a question that I do have within this. If those ALE students, so if we present it as, if we move forward as the industry as an industry model that, you know, not just for ALE students, you know, can those students maintain their sending school ALE just like they do at what was described to me at Cabot Ace Academy, and then, but the numbers for the programming would, you know, obviously go down as far as enrollment within the conversion charter.
So, I think I saw Jared Hogue on the Zoom. Jared, do you see any issue with the consortium students maintaining their home school status?
Yeah, my question on this would be, and I know that we only have 2 other conversion charters that operate as ALE programs, but neither is part of a consortium. So my question is, if a student who lives within a zone of another school district and is currently being counted under that LEA number, if they were to transfer and they do not meet the requirements for ALE, are you looking at setting that student up in eSchool as a non-ALE student? Therefore, you would not be requesting funding, separate funding, ALE, not counting foundation funds, but ALE funding specifically?
I would anticipate us to be able to address that through our sending school MOUs for students that may not qualify for the ALEs. And once again, you know, we're pretty deep in the weeds here on some of the details of this, which, you know, is where I'm going to need the department's help on in being able to provide this opportunity for our students. But I would think that we could create that type of application process within our MOU where obviously if the sending school is remaining and they're collecting, you know, the foundation for that, then, you know, they have an established tuition amount as well.
And are we talking about ALE students or non-ALE?
Non-ALE students.
Okay, so let me run that back through again. This is what I think I heard you say.
Okay.
That schools in your ALE consortium might also send non-ALE students?
If, you know, if we see that, I have not had these conversations with the consortium. Obviously, they could transfer via, you know, school choice or the other mechanisms. But I mean, if we're serving a regional workforce need, why would we not go above and beyond in providing those opportunities for those districts as well?
So I'm not opposed to it.
I
just
understand.
got to figure out what all the legal aspects of that. So,
for example, we already have students that do come and take part of ROTC from one of our neighboring school districts because they don't have a program that meets there. So I do think that opportunity exists. Now, I'm not sure what kind of pieces and mechanisms we need to put in place to be able to provide these opportunities for our kids, but
so let me ask you a different question. On the consortium students that are participating in the ALE program, so does the home district put them in eSchool and count them?
Yes.
And record attendance for them, put their grades in and everything like that?
Attendance, Mr. Kincaid? Yes.
Yes, that's correct. We send their attendance and grades and their discipline, if there's any discipline, to their home school so they can record it in eSchool.
So basically, through your MOU, they pay you a fee to educate them, but they're still the responsible party for the education of those students.
we're, within the MOU, we define that we're going to provide the educational services of those students. Yes.
Right, but the home district is ultimately responsible for the education of the student. So if they didn't think you were doing a great job, they could.
That's right.
They could take their student and go somewhere else. Ms. Freno, I think we could possibly table this conversation about non-ALE students from the consortia and run all the legal on it, and then maybe come back to see if that's also allowable, or if there's anything that you need to be aware of, that just to kind of think through it.
I understand.
Would that be our best plan of action?
Yes, I mean, if you have a concern, if the panel has a concern, certainly that can be tabled, and the district can come back and, you know, once the legal analyses are done.
But I don't want to put any words in your mouth, Dr. Long, but I think if your plan that you've presented to us, I think what you're suggesting is there's a possibility to expand.
That's correct.
On that plan, and we would need time to kind of think through that with you.
Okay.
But that wouldn't prevent us from going ahead today to review your plan if you'd like for us to.
Okay, I would.
Okay. Legal, do you have any other questions or concerns?
Yes. One thing, going back to I'm sorry.
Come close.
Whitney James with the department. Going back to the teacher licensure waiver, I just want to make sure that I confirmed with you that you want a waiver of standard for D1.
Yes.
And I probably already asked about that, but I was looking at my notes and just wanted to make sure. The second concern Mr. Walter and I were discussing is that based on the wording of the statute regarding charter renewal, I'm not sure if 3 years would be a possibility, because the statute states that the charter, or the authorizer may review charters for a renewal not to exceed 5 years after the initial 5-year period. So I'm afraid that we might run into some problems with the renewal if it is only for 3 years.
Dr. Long, would you like to request an application for 5 years?
I would, and I don't mind coming back to present reports, you know, to the panel prior to that, if you would like us to do. I understand we're all kind of in a little bit, you know, uncharted territory here, so I'm comfortable doing that.
Panel, is there any recommendation for reports?
Report within 3 years just to see the progress,
Okay.
to see if it is a model that we want to replicate across the state.
Certainly.
That I'm seeing head nods from everyone. All right. Any additional questions or clarifications from panel members?
I did have
Just a question, just more of a procedure. If you could just, with the amendments and with tabling some aspect of this while it's being worked out, what exactly are we voting on?
Okay. We are voting on a district conversion public charter school at Guy Berry College and Career Academy for 5 years. This will be an industry-focused model for at-risk students and will exempt the school from an A to F school rating under the current rules, and the school will report back to us within 3 years with a progress report. The additional part that we discussed is what are future opportunities for students outside of the definition of at-risk? What are future opportunities for them to become participating members of this school? And that's something that we'll look into and discuss, but I don't know that it would change any of the description of the school.
as far as, what we're going to look into specifically for the consortium schools, not for Mountain Home Schools, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Only for the consortium. A student can still school choice and,
Okay.
and students within your district certainly can be placed there. I think we'll just come back and look at that definition of at risk and what your options are for moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Wright McMurray, did you have additional questions?
It was in line with what Dr. Williams, I just wanted to get clarification on exactly what we were voting on. And I also just wanted to, in regards to the work-based learning hours, are we maintaining that you still want that waiver, or are you going to work with our office to see what can be done?
I'm
I was just needing clarification.
I'm comfortable with whatever the panel decide, wants.
That's the only other thing I just had questions about.
I would prefer the model that we choose and allow us, that we're used to, and then allow us to explore those things, just because I honestly don't know exactly what, what that would look like outside of what we've been utilizing. But I will most definitely, work with, and Dr. Brown should be the one that really helps us with that as the, our district career person.
We have worked with Mary Beck with DCTE, and we are currently evaluating our internship programs with the Seamless Work-Based Learning portal and tracking and doing, even though we don't have, our internship falls under our charter and we are not required to do the same evaluation, we still do follow DCT evaluations with Seamless. If that helps with making you feel a little bit more comfortable with what we are currently doing. So we do follow the reporting and with our current internships, and I would feel like we would do the same thing within Guy Berry.
And that I would be comfortable with. I just don't want us to have students that are getting these rich experiences and we're not being able to maintain records or documentation of that.
Certainly.
Right.
So Dr. Brown?
And that was one of the things that we did feel like we were missing with our high school model was the reporting mechanisms, and are we doing things that are helping grow our students? So when Mary Beck approached us with looking at Seamless as well as Hans Meter within the Seamless work-based information and doing the reports, we didn't have a problem doing that. So I think that kind of helped us grow our program there as well. But again, we still operate our internships under the charter.
That works for me. And thank you for being one of our pilot schools. I appreciate it.
Any additional clarification? I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve as described, and I look forward to what you guys are going to learn in these first couple of years. It's hard to be the first, and there's always learnings that you will take from that.
I second it.
I have a motion by Mr. Baldwin, a second by Ms. Saraceni to approve Guy Berry College and Career Academy for 5 years. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
The department looks forward to working with you, and
Well,
it's always challenging to be the first, but somebody's got to do it, and we're glad it's you.
Well, I appreciate y'all's faith in Mountain Home Public Schools and faith in our people. Like I said, we couldn't put forward this model without Mr. Kincaid and his staff there, and so their willingness to jump in there, I'm just really excited to see what this does come about. So
We're
thank you.
excited too. Panel, would you like to take about a 10-minute break? All right. Huh. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Hang on, Dr. Long, we've got to do voting sheets. Thank goodness for a good team.
I know.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, this is a exciting and innovative program. I look forward to watching you guys build this out, and I vote to approve the application.
Thank you. Dr. Flowers?
I vote to approve this 5-year conversion. I look forward to seeing how this learning model will impact the economy while preparing students for college and career.
Ms. Saraceni?
Looking forward to see the impact of this model on students at risk. I approve this 5-year district conversion charter.
Thank you.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
Back to my box when I put it down. I am voting for the application. I'm excited about the opportunity for ALE students to receive rich experiences in CTE. The established business partnerships will enhance work-based learning for these students. I look forward to learning more about their outcomes and possibly being a best practice.
Dr. Williams?
Yes, I support this. Although this is an ALE school, it provides an excellent model for all students regarding career opportunities for students and partnerships with industry.
Excellent. All right, congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
We look forward to great results.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll take a 10-minute break. All right, Mr. Johnston, I think we're going to do 2 more and then take lunch. So if you're ready to present the next district conversion public charter school.
Yes, ma'am. Batesville Public Schools has submitted an application to convert Batesville Junior High School to a public conversion charter school. It will serve grades 6 through 8 and will have an enrollment cap of 1,000 students. The school will follow a traditional education model with a blended approach to meet the needs of students enrolled in the Pioneer Virtual Academy. I will allow legal to come up and address the group as far as how the proceedings will transpire. They do have a team here. The only one that is not present in person is Dr. Michael Hester, superintendent. He had a conflict, but he is available via Zoom.
Thank you. Ms. James?
Yes, ma'am. We will need each person speaking on behalf of the school to be sworn in, and that's everyone other than the attorneys, including whoever is on Zoom.
Thank you. If you are speaking on behalf of Batesville Junior High, if you'd please stand and raise your right hand. And Dr. Hester, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And who will be presenting today?
Okay. Yes, the floor is the school's. Whoever's going to be presenting. And you have 20 minutes to present, and you can just introduce yourself to the panel. Yes, absolutely.
And I'll ask that as you come up, be sure and state your name and everything for the reporter.
Thank you, panel. I'm State Representative Stu Smith, District 63 from Independence County. It's a privilege to stand before you here today and speak on behalf of the Batesville School District and their conversion charter application for Batesville Junior High School. Batesville School District has a long and proud history of putting students first and their relentless desire to provide the best possible learning environment for every girl and boy who walks through their doors. As a teacher of 38 years in this school district, I have firsthand knowledge of their work ethic, their care and concern in making sure that no child falls through the cracks or is left behind. They have always strived on a daily basis to nurture the strengths and strengthen the weaknesses of each and every student while preparing them to live a productive life after graduation. I've always been very proud to work with such an outstanding group of teachers and administrators. They live by the school motto of a pioneer never quits in their never-ending quest to provide all pioneers with the best education possible. Granting conversion charter status to Batesville Junior High will expand their opportunities and make a great school even greater.
Thank you, Representative
Thank you.
Smith. Thank you for your service. I'm sorry. Okay. Dr. Hester?
Madam Chair, may I introduce the team that's there and then let them take the rest of the presentation?
Absolutely.
All right. You have with you our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, Mrs. Jennifer Douglas, and she will kind of coordinate the team that's there. From our junior high, we have Miss Amy Hazelrig, our teacher, Mr. Matt Douglas, the principal, Mrs. Huggins, and Katie Covington, which is our teachers that you'll hear from. They have been really intimately involved with all the details here and will be able to answer all the questions. We're really proud of their innovation and the way they put students first. And so I'll let them go to it. We appreciate everybody listening and trying to help us get to this charter status.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Hello, my name is Katie Milam Covington, and I'm the art teacher at Batesville Junior High School.
So thank you all so much for having us today, first of all. And I just want y'all to know that we put our students first every day at Batesville Junior High School, academically, socially, and emotionally. And we work together as a family for continuous improvement of our students. So, am I doing this right? I'm sorry.
You're doing it right.
Okay.
It's the button that's worn out.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Okay, so let me tell you a few facts about Pioneer Nation. We always say the nation starts here at junior high, because this is where all of our elementaries come together, and then we become one big, huge family at the junior high level. And we are the largest school in Independence County. We have 6 schools in our district, and we use a community school model for all 6 of those. And our enrollment currently at the junior high is 761 students, and we serve grades 6 through 8. We have a 63% free and reduced lunch, and we also have a 37% minority. And all the people that you'll be talking to today are a huge part of the Impact Independence County. We try to work as much as we can with our county and Chamber of Commerce just to make our school better. Some quick facts about Impact Independence is it was a 5-year strategic community plan reviewed and revised this past year. And we developed it with input from over 2,000 of our community members, which is huge. And it depicts our collective hopes and desires for the future of our community that will improve quality of life, quality of place, and economic opportunities. And our 3 main focus areas there are tourism, economic prosperity, and of course education, which is so important to us. And our junior high is requesting a full district conversion charter school today. Thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Crystal Johnson, President and CEO of the Batesville Area Chamber of Commerce. First, I would like to say that I'm here today representing our business and industry partners in Independence County, Batesville, and the North Central Arkansas region. It's an honor to be here to work alongside this progressive team to shape the future of our community, and we are doing that together, which I think is unique, and it's most certainly an honor for me. At a time where many communities in Arkansas are struggling to meet their workforce demands, I'm actually looking forward to our future in Independence County, knowing that our junior high school students are being prepared to lead our community for years to come. They're in great hands. Please allow me to share with you why we need this charter, kind of what will be different from our lens as representatives of business and industry. Of course, the charter is aligned with the county strategic plan, like Mrs. Covington mentioned earlier. That's a very powerful plan. It was a grassroots initiative that was just what it is, a grassroots. I mean, we started from the bottom. We engaged our community members. Many of those had never had the opportunity to provide input. We engaged our stay-at-home moms, our retirees, CEOs, all the way down to, hourly labor. But all of those folks collectively make up our community, and so it was important that we heard from them. So education is a huge piece of our work. With the charter, in alignment with the high school charter that was approved in 2020, which I would invite you to come visit anytime. You can feel the difference. It's still just a very new program, but you can feel the culture and the difference that it's made not only in the school district, but in the community. So come visit us anytime. We'd love to show that off to you. Thanks for your support, by the way. What I think is exciting is to be able to watch our educators interact with our business and community members, truly have discussions. I love being able to be that connector. Sometimes I weasel my way into staying around for their meeting, but to watch them actually lay out curriculum, find the gaps and then come up with solutions together. That's pretty amazing to watch. I'm proud of our community for engaging at that level in education. Another one of my most favorite things about this charter is the focus on leadership development. And by focusing on the whole child, Batesville Junior High Conversion Charter will focus on growing students, investing in them, and developing them to be resourceful, dependable individuals who will be prepared for a lifetime of service and success. And I think every community wants a strong leader or a strong group of young leaders who will be the future of our community. The program also provides early exposure to career opportunities, which is priceless. The students will be able to have this exposure that will prepare them for E3 internships. By the time they get to high school, they'll be ready. They'll be ready for that experience with all the knowledge that they've learned in junior high. At this time, I would like to thank you again. I do not take this opportunity and this partnership for granted. I think all communities and school districts should welcome their chambers. The more information we know, the more knowledge we have, the better opportunities we can provide for our students. So I will introduce to you Ms. Hazelrig next. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Amy Hazelrig, and I'm a math teacher at Batesville Junior High. And I would like to take the next few minutes to talk to you about why we are seeking this conversion charter. As Ms. Johnson mentioned, we are very much enmeshed with our community of stakeholders. And so this is about creating a comprehensive model that is sustainable throughout any of the natural changes that a school undergoes. Very often initiatives are based on our leadership, and we want to ensure that our students' experience sustains throughout any changes in staffing and leadership. As Ms. Johnson mentioned, our high school did receive their charter last year, and they are very focused on career pathways. We don't want to cost our students time in exploring those pathways. We want to make sure that they can utilize them as much as possible by allowing them at the junior high to explore those opportunities sooner. So we would like to create a charter that allows them to expand and explore on all of those different fields in things such as the medical pathway, digital media, computer science, and graphic design, sorry. So our interest is in allowing them to start accessing that sooner so that when they go to high school, they know what path is correct for them. All of this is about creating a personalized education plan, because the more that the students are involved and invested in their plan, the better they'll be, and the more academically successful they will be, as well as personally. So we have plans to involve things such as a principals council that will be comprised of students from all of our different diverse populations to allow them student voice and ownership into the decisions that are made for them. Because the more that they are allowed to impart into their experience, the better off they'll be. We are academically focused, but we're focused on their social and emotional well-being as well. So we would like to implement a program such as Leader in Me to further develop those soft skills with communication, study skills, just all of that will actually help them succeed, not just as students, but as future community leaders. Really, in a nutshell, we're focused on the whole child. As our motto talks about, we are focused on them academically, socially, and mentally. So that's exactly what this chart embodies. And to tell you more about that motto, I will turn it over to Ms. Hudgens. Thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Ashley Hudgens. I am the ESOL teacher at Batesville Junior High, which is English to speakers of other languages. I'm going to read our mission statement first, and that's students first every day, academically, socially, and mentally, developing well-rounded students to succeed in the world of today and tomorrow. Our focus at the junior high is on these three things: academic, social, and emotional well-being of our students. We want to focus on the whole child, because we understand that when we build relationships with these students and provide all the needs that they need outside of academics, that will eventually lead to academic success. We want to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of all of our students. I am the ESOL teacher, as I stated, and I have around 200 ELL students that are under me at the junior high. And I think about them, and a lot of their desire is to go to work right after high school. And I think about them being able to get credentials while they're still in junior high and in high school, to have them workforce ready, and get them ready to feed into jobs that in our community. And not just for them, obviously, but for all students, to be able to explore different careers that they might be interested in, and get them ready to go to work when they leave here. We also want to focus on the social and emotional well-being of our students. We already have a behavioral interventionist on staff, and we also offer school-based mental health, and we're looking at a program such as Leader in Me to help create those positive leadership characteristics and skills for our students. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Matt Douglas. I'm the principal at Batesville Junior High School, and I want to take a few minutes to talk to you about the academics at Batesville Junior High School and what we hope to accomplish through the charter application process. You've heard the teachers talk about personalized pathway. One of the things that we encounter at junior high is the fact that the basic requirements for students at junior high are pretty set in stone. It doesn't give them a lot of flexibility. One of the things we hope to do is create more opportunities for students to acquire high school credit in high school through embedded credits, going through the course approval process and being able to offer those students opportunities, one, to earn those credits in junior high. Obviously, that's a benefit for them to get a head start. Also allows them more flexibility in high school to access those pathways that are established through the existing charter. So that's a big part of what we want, is the earning of the high school credit. We look to do that through multiple avenues at junior high, again, to embedding those into other courses and just offering those courses available to the students. Currently, we have like Algebra 1, Ms. Hazel Rigg teaches a credit-bearing class currently in junior high, but that is currently the only one we have. So the Head Start at junior high is a big piece of that. So one, we want to push down a lot of the opportunities through the charter at high school to be implemented at the junior high level. The medical pathway is a big piece of that currently. Obviously, the opportunity for students to access that at a younger age. Again, career decisions are made early. A lot of times we like to think it doesn't happen at the junior high level, but it really does. We want them to have exposure and have people to be able to come into the community. White River Medical Systems is one of the biggest employers in our community. They have partnerships and collaborations with the high school currently to come in and offer classes and teach students things, and we would like to be able to leverage that at the junior high and bring those professionals into the junior high to teach classes and meet with our students and let them have an idea of what it is like to be a medical professional in all of the different areas. The other big thing that we tried to start this year at junior high that we ran into difficulty with is computer science. I advertised for a computer science teacher this year. Typically I would get probably anywhere from 10 to 25 or 30 applications for a normal position at junior high. When I advertised for computer science this year with the stated preference that they would have a background in computer science, I received 3 applications. Only one of those had any education credentials. After visiting with those 3 individuals, none of the 3 were interested in teaching at school, because obviously if you're computer science credentialed, you can make more money than a teacher can make. We currently have a teacher that's interested that we transferred from another building that's going to work on, she has an interest in computer science, but that's not her background. What we would hope to do is bring in professionals, people that work in computer science, that have that background, that can come in and teach classes to our students, but we found that that's a very difficult hurdle to overcome. The people that have those credentials, the reality is they can make more money outside of school. They're willing to come in and teach classes, but they're not really wanting to come in and make the teaching part a profession. So we will want to make that available, grades 6 through 8. We currently have a teacher doing some intro computer science courses, but we realize if we want to give students advanced options and pathways to do that, we need professionals. We need people with the background and the real world knowledge of how to implement that. And that's difficult. We tried that this year and we're unable to do that. So the medical pathway, the computer science pathway are big pieces for us to be able to leverage community resources and community expertise and have those people that are willing to come in and teach courses that our teachers just don't have. You know, they don't have the credentials or the real world experience to do that. So we want to give our junior high students opportunities to do that. And then the graphic design and digital media is another part that we really want to implement. We do a broadcast show through our East program currently, but you have to be an East student. We would like to bring in, again, community people that have expertise in those areas to work with students to leverage some of the resources we have in place, but we don't have the resources to completely fit that pathway into junior high. We realize that they're out there. They're in our community. They're willing to come and work with our students, and we want to provide that opportunity for our students. So in the academic portion and the career exploration pathway, those are kind of things that we're interested in, and we would like to be able to leverage those community resources to do that. The second part of that is just the social and emotional. We realize that it's difficult to educate students if you don't address the social and emotional well-being of our students. And we have school counselors and we have behavioral interventionists. We also have, again, community organizations and people with counseling credentials that want to come in and help teach classes to students and deal with some of the issues that we deal with on a daily basis. We want to develop partnerships with those people and let them come in and work with our students and our staff. We did, what's the title, the first aid, mental health. Yeah, mental health first aid training for our whole staff this year, which I think is a big step. It's very important for our teachers to understand what our students are going through at home each day to help them be better educators. We're looking at doing a program similar to Leader in Me because we do realize that students just need help. I'm part of Leadership Batesville, which is Batesville Area Chamber of Commerce sponsors that program, and we get to go into businesses. And one of the things we heard as we go into businesses is they need employees with good soft skills. They need employees that are willing to come in and set goals. They really need employees that are just willing to show up to work every day and just develop those good work habits. So we realize that can't just start in high school either. We have to deal with that at junior high level. So we want to implement programs similar to Leader in Me. We want to teach our students the importance of setting goals, managing those priorities once they're set, and then providing positive influences, not just to the teachers, but then to community members that can come in and provide mentorship opportunities, or just come in and willing to meet with our students and talk to our students about what does it take to be a good, productive member of a workforce when you exit the school system. So all of those pieces are important. And then also just the emotional well-being again, and those are all things that we want to address with our students. This time I'll turn it over to Jennifer Douglas.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Douglas, Assistant Superintendent at Batesville School District, and I'm just going to visit with you just a short time about the community schools model. I feel like the community schools model encompasses what this whole charter conversion request is based on. And the 4 pillars are integrated student supports, expanding and enriching learning opportunities, engaging families and communities, and then leading in collaboration. And Batesville School District is one of 2 community schools model across the state of Arkansas. And we've started this work, but we feel like the conversion charter will help us expand this work. The integrated student support, one thing we did this year was we placed telemedicine clinics on every campus so that students and staff could access health care without ever leaving the school campus if need be, with parent permission. We also, as many schools do, we have food pantries and backpack programs and a very active school-based mental health process. One thing you'll see in our charter application is a digital learning plan. That's an integrated student support that came as a result of COVID. We put a digital learning plan in place so that students who did not feel comfortable coming to the on-site setting could still access school through that process. We currently have about 5% of our student population K-12, around about the same percentage at the junior high accessing our digital learning, which we call the Pioneer Virtual Academy. We have an on-site and blended option for that. The other things we have are just expanding and enriching those things on-site and through our digital learning options so that we can prepare students for that industry certifications and E3 internships that were mentioned through our high school charter. One huge piece is learning to engage our families and our communities. You heard them mention Impact Independence County. We are also an Excel by 8 community, and we have a very strong home visiting program with 14 home visitors. We realize reaching our pioneers at the youngest age, even prenatally, is important to help build those foundational skills that they need. And then the last thing is leading and collaboration. This is where the conversion charter comes in the most, because this helps our students and empowers them to partner with business and industry to have collaborative projects. The picture up there is a high school student working at a Habitat for Humanity house. We hope to continue to build and expand those partnerships so junior high students can learn the value of giving back to the community and participating in collaboration projects with business and industry. The last thing, just to end with, is why conversion charter. This is a scenario of student A and student B. Student A is a current 8th grader at Batesville Junior High. She's got her 4 cores. She has the opportunity to take Algebra 1 as a high school credit. Because of rules and regulations, we have a rotating block to give her minimal exposure to multiple things. And then she has two electives. So let's say she chooses art and band. She really loves art, but she's not really sure what she wants to do. With the conversion charter, student B has had exposure to career exploration in 6th and 7th grade. So by the time she's in 8th grade, she has her 4 core classes, but she can now receive a high school credit in drama through her English class. She can take high school credit for Algebra 1. She has social studies. She can take physical science with a high school credit. And now she knows that she really is interested in medical professions, and so she can take career exploration into medical professions, participate in Club Scrub, and also, because she's passionate about art, take art as a high school credit. These high school credits free her up then to enter those pathways as a freshman and earn workforce credentials either in EMT, CNA. We have a medical professions pathway. My son's a junior, and most parents know by the time you take the course, if you're an East student or an athlete, or if you're in band, your elective choices are very, very slim. So this charter will allow us to work through the course approval system and embed those credits. They're still going to get their credits by licensed professionals, but they'll have greater career exposure and be able to enter those pathways early. So with that, we would be glad to answer any questions that you guys may have. And thank you for allowing us to present.
Thank you. Ms. James, if you'll come up and share legal issues or concerns.
Whitney James with the department, and we have a couple of outstanding legal concerns that I believe Ms. Douglas or someone from her team can easily resolve. The first waiver they have requested is for flexible schedule. However, according to the rationale, it looks like perhaps this is actually they're requesting a waiver of the 6-hour instructional day. So I believe that the flexible schedule waiver would be duplicative, and I wanted to confirm with the school that they are not asking for 2 separate waivers with the same code sections and standard sections cited.
Jennifer Douglas, Assistant Superintendent at Batesville. We listed that waiver as part of our digital learning plan that was approved this summer through the State Board of Education. We were under the impression, we were told that since all those waivers approved through the digital learning plan are Act 1240 waivers, we would need to have all of our digital learning plan waivers listed in our conversion charter application. So this is for our students who will be accessing school through Pioneer Virtual Academy in the digital learning plan.
So it applies to virtual students only okay.
I guess my concern, maybe I didn't explain that well enough, is that the flexible schedule and instructional day waiver are essentially duplicative on the application, but we can still list both, even though they're the same code sections and same standard section if we need to. The second concern was regarding teacher licensure, and my question was, how Does the waiver of library media licensure help the charter achieve its stated goals?
Jennifer Douglas, Batesville. This is a current waiver we've had in place through Act 1240 for the past 5 years. Ms. Winberry, our librarian, is actually on the Zoom call if you have any questions you'd like to direct to her. Currently, we have a licensed librarian. We plan to continue having a licensed librarian and a library media specialist program at Batesville. The waiver just allows us, as Ms. Winberry could attest to, when we receive the waivers, we use our library as a hub for all things digital media. We are a one-to-one school district. At times, the librarian can oversee technology interns. So having that capacity to work with technology is very important, and Ms. Swinberry does an amazing job at that. So the licensure waiver is just there, and in the event we are to have to hire a new librarian, we could look at someone who has a subset of skills that would enhance the computer technology while working with them at possibly getting certified to be a librarian. It is not in no way intended to replace having a library media specialist on our campus.
I did not have any concerns with the waiver requested for gifted and talented. The next waiver is library media specialist, and I believe that you've addressed some of these concerns, but we just wanted a little bit more clarification about why there's a waiver requested of $625,103 if there's going to be a library media services program, and I believe Ms. Douglas has already given some additional rationale regarding the library media specialist.
So Jennifer Douglas, Batesville. Basically, as I stated before, the librarian wears many hats. She does still implement her library media curriculum, but the waiver is there, so it allows her the flexibility to work with students who may be working in Chromebook repair, and also makes her schedule more flexible. So if you guys, I don't know if you'd like to hear from me or she's there if you would like for her to say anything. Like I said, we've had this waiver in place. We felt like Act 1240 was allowing us to just get our feet wet, and the reason we stand before you today is because we feel like charter is a more comprehensive, cohesive approach that will make it a part of our culture at Batesville. And so we've been utilizing this. Ms. Winberry's a trooper. She does Chromebook repair, and she does Chromebook check-in, check-out. So this waiver just allows us, or allows her actually the flexibility to do that while also maintaining her library duties.
The fifth waiver is for attendance, no legal concerns there. The sixth is the 6-hour instructional days. Again, this is something that we've had come up several times today. I believe that the request for a waiver of 6/16/126 was a typo, and the school would like a waiver of 6/10/126. Can you confirm, please?
Yes, I can confirm that.
And then the last waiver.
Just a minute, Ms.
request-
James, and is
I'm so
that,
sorry.
that's for virtual students only?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. The last waiver is for clock hours, and I believe during the presentation, the school answered my question and confirmed that the school is offering high school units of credit, correct? Okay, that's all that I have.
So they were declining that standard? What did you say about clock hours? What's the final ruling on that?
Sorry. I don't believe in the application that they had clarified if they were offering high school units of credit. However, during the presentation today, I saw that they are offering high school units of credit, so that resolves my concern.
So that means that they would not have a waiver of that standard?
They're asking for a waiver of the standard.
Okay.
We just didn't understand why based on the application, but
Gotcha.
now I do. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. All right, questions. Dr. Williams, would you like to start us off with questions?
No questions at this time. Great presentation and easy to follow. Nothing to add. No questions on this.
Dr. Flowers?
just one brief question on the career exploration piece. Can you talk a bit about what those partnerships will look like?
Yes, sir. Jennifer Douglas, Batesville. Our hope is to partner with our medical professionals, as one example, to come in and teach some classes, to do some simulations, hands-on learning. At our high school this year, through the charter, we were able to partner with a retired pilot to start our aviation program. He actually has a full-time job at one of the banks in town, but he contracts with us to come in and teach aviation. So we really just want to partner with our business and industry, whether it's computer science, medical pathways, graphic design, to really bring those experts in so that students can hear and learn about the careers, have some hands-on experiences, whether it's a project-based learning experience in the community with that business and industry, or it may just be something that they're doing on campus with our teachers. But to give them exposure to really what business and industry looks like, what examples of those executive functioning skills that we also desire as we enter a college career in the workforce, but really focusing on building partnerships that encompass project-based learning and hands-on experiences for the students with professionals in our community.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, thank you. Let me just say it's always impressive to the panel when we have community leaders join the school districts. And so Representative Smith and President Johnson, thank you for being here. It helps us get context about how important this is. And I think you talked about the community school model. Was Batesville the first in Arkansas to be receive that?
Yes, sir. We are one of 2 schools in the state of Arkansas, along with Little Rock, that implement a full community schools model.
Okay, so that's kudos for that. That's a good model. The one question I do have in the application is you had a sentence in there that I found interesting, and it was that you would create a personalized education plan based on student and community requests. Could you tell us what that means? Maybe go into a little bit more detail on that.
Sure. Yes, sir. Jennifer Douglas again at Batesville. Our hope is that we can personalize what students go through. All my children are either grown or in high school right now, but when a student enters, there's a lot of times a prescribed pathway for them with core requirements. And so our hope is by embedding credits in certain classes that we can eliminate a rotating block, which is just minimal exposure, and really make an experience authentic for our students, so that if they're passionate about fine arts, they don't just have to pigeonhole themselves into fine arts. They can explore that passion and take fine arts as an elective credit, but also have some career exploration, whether it be maybe they're interested in graphic design, or maybe they're interested in aviation, but explore those pathways so that based on their interest and their discussion with their mentor that they work with at school, then we can either connect them to a mentor in the community or connect them with classes so that they can explore that further, so that by the time they get to high school, they have an idea of a pathway that they would like to get into so that they can earn those workforce credentials. Because often, if without early career exploration, by the time they get to high school, if they're still unsure and they wait till their end of their sophomore year, some of those workforce credentials take a little bit of time to earn, either through our concurrent credit or through UACCB, which is our secondary career center. So that early exposure will allow them to choose those pathways earlier so that they can find something that's personalized to their passion and their interest as they go through junior high and high school.
Ms. Wright McMurray.
Again, thank you for your presentation and the thought of trying to expose students earlier. We always appreciate them having those opportunities. And I definitely appreciate how you outlined in your application how courses are going to be offered. It was easy for me to follow, and so that was, thank you for that. Just a couple of questions, and just more so just kind of trying to get a sense of how you're addressing this. I know, I think it was mentioned that you're struggling to find computer science teachers right now, and I was listening for what was your solve for that. So do you mind just giving a little bit more detail on what you guys anticipate doing to address that concern that you have with your district?
For computer science specifically?
Mm-hmm.
Well, currently right now we have a teacher who chose to pursue that certification. So she's working on taking classes at night to get a degree in computer science so she can add that to her teaching certificate so that she can continue teaching those courses. Ultimately, we would like to support that with someone who actually knows and understands computer science, whether that be contracting someone in to come to teach with her at times. But she is working on that certification currently. I don't know, do you know her timeline to finish that? Is it like a year?
She began classes, she's taken some college classes, but it's a little bit of an extended process between her and
So that's how we're addressing it right now. We had a teacher on staff that was willing to pursue that, and so we are supporting her in that effort.
Okay. But as you have someone from industry come in, then they would partner with that teacher to help to instruct.
Yes.
Okay. And then my other question, again, love you guys wanting to increase opportunities earlier for students to be able to engage and explore their careers. Just trying to get a sense of, is that going to replace the career development option, or is it going to be like an enhanced or expanded version of that? Just trying to get more clarity on that.
We view that as just an enhancement or an expanded version. So we would still have traditional career development, but we just want to be able to enhance it and expand it so that for the pathways that we're offering that could lead to workforce credentials, that students could dive deeper into those interests and explore further.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Saraceni?
It's exciting to hear as an old middle school principal, 5 to 8, that you're putting this in middle school, because we all know the earlier the exposure and the opportunities, the more likely that they will follow through with it. So it's exciting to see that, and that you're using the leader in me. I love that program, so excited to see this. But at the same time, on your computer science, with your partnerships with our new licensure rules and with the new law, if you partner with a university or a college and that professor has computer science, it's now easy for them to obtain a license. So maybe that would be a pathway that you can entice your partners.
Sure.
Okay, because all they have to do is sit for an exam and show 3 years of teaching experience at the college level. And so that's going to open up, hopefully, some of those closed doors that we've had before. It's another pathway. So please call my office or call me,
Yes.
and I'll give you my information, because we want to make those connections, and thank you.
Ms. Douglas, I think this was said, but I just want to confirm it on the record. You will seek course approval for embedded courses,
Yes, ma'am.
and you will seek approval if you're offering high school credit in the junior high?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Checking those off. I've had the great fortune to work with your Chamber of Commerce. I was around when they wrote the first strategic plan, so I'm excited to hear that you've updated. I'm sure it's based on your data. Just knowing that work, and the other things that I was really excited about as I read through is the engagement of the community school site leadership, your parent community engagement teams. Would you speak briefly just how you're utilizing these committees to get the full feedback of what's needed in your community?
Sure. We have a community school model coordinator that oversees, really, she helps me with the whole district. And each year, I say each year, this is our second year, so keep that in mind. So we're new to this. But we do a comprehensive needs assessment that we send to business and industry, parents, depending on the age, students at times, and also staff. And then Ms. Howard will go in and meet with each community school site team to look at the data, the survey data, look at our local assessment data, and formulate a strategic plan that would also serve as our school improvement plan. Our feedback has been great. Surveys aren't always well participated in, so in addition to that, we have several stakeholder teams. I have a stakeholder team that I meet with that has representatives from Lyon College, UACCB, as well as parents and business and industry people. We have about 15 people on the team that I work with. We also have a parent engagement team that Ms. Howard works with that is representative of community and business and industry and parents. And then we all actively, we have probably, I know we have at least 2 probably staff members that sit on every hub through Impact Independence, which is made up of stakeholders, and one is economic prosperity, tourism, and education. And so depending on which hub it is, we have multiple staff members that sit in those meetings as well, just to hear feedback from our stakeholders from across the board. And so we take all of that and we take that into our leadership teams so that we can make sure we're making informed decisions.
Ms. James, do you have any additional legal questions or concerns?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Thank you. Panel members, any additional questions or comments? All right, well, let me get my piece of paper. And I'll accept a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the charter school application as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Baldwin, a second by Ms. Wright McMurray to approve the Batesville Junior High Charter. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. If you'll give us just a moment, we'll fill out our voting sheets and the panel members will give you their feedback. Dr. Williams?
Yes, I support the motion. The personalized pathways and career exploration will expose students to career opportunities earlier while also allowing students to be on track to take high school courses sooner.
Thank you. Dr. Flowers?
I vote to approve this district conversion. I'm excited about all the student educational, career exploration, and leadership opportunities as you all work to address the need to grow your community workforce.
Mr. Baldwin?
Batesville is an innovative school district that puts students first. The junior high school charter continues that innovation, and I vote to approve.
Ms. Saraceni? I don't think your speaker's on.
I'm sorry about that. I support the approval of this request. Excited to see the impact of this model on students in junior high by giving them the opportunities to explore and engage career pathways.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
I voted for, excuse me. I support this application. The model offered, excuse me if I can get my voice back. The model offered will provide expanded opportunities for students to explore and engage in careers at an earlier age. This will be an asset to CTE, as students will more likely participate and persist in CTE programs to study earlier in their academic career, thus providing more opportunities for work-based learning in upper grades.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We look forward to great things. Thank you all for coming today. Crystal, will you call me tomorrow? I got a proposal for you. Thank you. Mr. Johnston, when you're ready.
Fort Smith Public Schools has submitted a public conversion charter application for Fort Smith Virtual Academy. The school will serve students grades K through 8 with an enrollment cap of 500. The school will be 100% virtual, and the application has been reviewed by the DESE internal team. Today, we have Terry Morawski, Superintendent, Martin Mahan, Deputy Superintendent, Tiffany Bone, Assistant Superintendent, Gary Udar, and Samantha Hall. They will have 20 minutes to make their presentation, and legal will address the group.
My name is Whitney James with the department, and we will need to swear in anyone who is speaking on behalf of the schools, including, I don't think we have anybody on Zoom. All here in person.
All right, if you are speaking on behalf of Fort Smith, if you will stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Good morning.
Good morning,
Checking my
guys.
time to see if it still was morning.
Still morning, isn't it? Good morning. I appreciate being here with you today to talk to you about our K-8 conversion charter project. I'm Terry Morawski. I'm the superintendent of Fort Smith Schools, and we have a great team here today to share more information and answer questions from this group. So I'm just going to do a little quick introduction and invite our team up. Is the clicker? Okay. Perfect. So just to reorient you, Fort Smith School District, again, we're in the western part of the state. We have 19 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, 2 high schools, north side and south side, and 1 ALE. That makes up our district. This is our team who is here today, with the exception of Dr. Jones and Ms. Griffin are back in the district, but all others are here to answer questions and work with you. They've all worked on different levels with this project and are excited about it. Update you on our enrollment. About 13,949 students. That represents 9,603 at the K through 8 level. 22% of those are English language learners, 72% free and reduced lunch, and then you can see how our demographic breakdown works as well, and there's a graphic to show you there as well. Our public school, I'll read our mission and vision statement. We're a premier district where innovation creates excellence, is dedicated to providing an equitable, challenging educational experience by engaging families and community partners as we prepare students to embrace their roles in our culturally diverse community and rapidly changing world. And then we have a graphic to show you our Vision 2023 strategic plan that was developed. We're kind of in the middle of that currently, and it focuses on these 7 different areas of focus, including specifically, we're talking about today, instruction, also technology. So excited about that. That work continues and bringing a lot of great things to our district and our region. the Virtual Academy mission statement. I'll read that as well. Fort Smith Virtual Academy will provide an equitable, challenging, individualized, technology-based educational experience to equip students with the academic and social skills to embrace their roles in our culturally diverse community and rapidly changing world. The educational process will empower future-focused individuals to engage in service-oriented experiences, develop personal reflection skills, and discover meaningful career paths. And now I'll invite Dr. Samantha Hall, our Assistant Director of District Innovation, to take over the presentation.
Good morning. I'm Samantha Hall, as he said, and I have been doing a lot of work with our virtual option that we have now. And so just a little bit of a history of where we're at on our digital journey. We actually started this several years ago when we first started our one-to-one device initiative pilot in 2014, which was a multi-year project that led up to us being fully one-to-one. We've tried some different things, but we are now a Chromebook-wide district in grades. We actually have them grades K through 12. 3 through 12 take them home on a regular basis, like every single night, and K2 can when they need to. We also did a learning management system. We started in 2019 looking at a district-wide learning management system so that we could bring things together digitally there as well. COVID kind of interfered with that a little bit in our implementation, but we are fully implementing this year. We expanded to the last group, which is our elementary, with using Schoology. Obviously, COVID hit in March 2020, which kind of changed things, and then that led to the virtual option, which was something we had been looking at, thinking about, and it was kind of in the very early planning stages, and it was bumped up very quickly with COVID, as in within 30 days or so. We stood up a full virtual option. We did spend that summer training teachers, and we now have in place an 18-hour professional development course in remote teaching and learning. So district-wide, but specifically with the teachers I work with our full virtual students. And what we have found with our virtual option last year and this year, obviously is much less of a population this year, but we still have a good population that's served, and we have found that the virtual option works very well for a large group of students, or at least enough students that we feel that we need to keep it in place long-term beyond pandemic. And in doing that, we also want to have a clear focus. So I already mentioned the technology. We do have Chromebooks. We have Park and Learn Wi-Fi at every campus. We do have hotspots available for students who qualify, so that all of our students that need internet access at home have that available. And our technology department supports all of our students and teachers. So what we're looking at on the conversion charter versus just Act 1240 waivers, which we currently have. Right now, our virtual option is serving 24 individual schools, which means we have 24 individual thoughts, leaders, outlooks, etc. And honestly, a lot of our students tend to be excluded, kind of that out of sight, out of mind principle. They're not there on campus every day, so they kind of get left out of some things. It also has the ability to change from year to year, and truly we are just the instructional option for all the courses, but specifically the core with the some electives. What we want is a uniform district model, a sense of belonging for the kids. We want this to be their school, the virtual students not to be little pieces from 24 individual campuses, but to actually be the students of the Fort Smith Virtual Academy and take that sense of ownership, school pride, and belonging that comes with that part of the education, the social-emotional piece. We want it to be a permanent concept, and we want to bring in a multifaceted instructional focus. Excuse me. These are the 4 big rocks that we have identified in Fort Smith for student success: the career focus, collaboration, relationships, and process, and how that translates into the why of the Fort Smith Virtual Academy. We will have vertically aligned K-8 instructional team focused on a PLC process. We will have our K-5 team, our 6-8 team, and then our overall school team working within the Fort Smith School District. We will be virtual based, as said in all of this, but we also want to get into that individual centered learning, and we have the capability to do that with our students and teachers that we have now. Relationships, that sense of belonging and school pride, I cannot stress that one enough. That is something that we are working on this year a whole lot more with the smaller student population. We had a giant population with COVID last year, and so it is now down to a traditional size. And then finally, that career and community involvement is another piece that we are wanting to incorporate into our charter program. We have 3 prongs that we are looking at. The academic study, of course, which is going to be virtual, but we also want to have the other 2 tiers of community involvement and career exploration intertwined throughout the conversion charter, with a center of that is where our future focused individuals will come from. This is just a quote that was in the letter that was in support from Jason Green, who is VP of Human Resources at ABB. He is also very involved in our community development and in our peak development program as well. And just talking about the impact that this can have on the community with our multi-pronged purpose. So right now, Fort Smith has the traditional model. We have schools of innovation, and we have our ALE. What we want to have in addition to that with the Fort Smith Virtual Academy is support students' social emotional needs, medically fragile students, students that need or want that individualized learning, and then other students that are either not successful or not happy with a traditional school structure. And we want to leverage both synchronous and asynchronous learning in order to meet those needs. So we will reach specifically our Fort Smith zone students, those who currently are in our virtual option, but also we hope to expand that out to those in homeschool, private school, etc., and recapture those students. Extend outside Fort Smith via the school choice model, the same school choice model we would use for on-site, although we would limit transportation to inside our school boundaries. To serve both the school and the community simultaneously with our community and career service prongs. And also we do plan to allow students to participate in extracurricular activities at their zone schools. If they're attending through school choice, it would be the designated school of choice. We would be located in the Peak Innovation Center, which is set to open in January for the on-site 912 students. And then we would be building a home there, and that's a large warehouse. That's only a portion of it you see. So we would renovate a section of that to house our teachers and also have place for our students to meet occasionally, that they could come on campus to either meet in a collaborative environment, to meet with teachers, to have guest speakers, etc., to enhance our fully virtual program. Our goals, again, we have 3 prongs. Of course, the academic prong. We would look at meeting and exceeding state standards in language and math specifically, as measured by the annual state assessments. A career readiness, we want to have our students set personal goals each year from very, maybe global in the younger ones, but as we get older and older, really personalize those goals, looking at their own interests and inventories. And then finally, that community involvement piece will again, it will be something that evolves with the youngest ones being kind of ideas and learning about how they can serve community. As they get older, eventually getting to that middle school piece where they can actually do community service learning projects, field experiences, etc. This is just a sample daily schedule. It's definitely not something we are married to at this point. The idea is that it will just be different from a traditional school schedule. We will leverage both synchronous and asynchronous learning. We will still incorporate the RISE initiative in those K-6 models. We have online and on-site support available. We do a lot of small group and individualized instruction to support our large group instruction as well. The community involvement, career interest, student interest, that will be a huge piece of the charter. We do still offer related services with our Fort Smith School District services. And of course, we will be continuing formative assessments and the state assessment. We will follow whatever state assessment is adopted. Our teaching staff is all Fort Smith teachers. That is something we are currently using an approved digital provider in Pearson. Although we do have plans to shift that into a Fort Smith base using our resources and our curriculum pieces and build that out. It was just something we could not stand up in the amount of time we had to stand up a virtual option. So that is something that is on our drawing board to happen over the next couple of years. But regardless, we do use all of our own teachers to serve our students. And we also will have counselors and or career counselors for the social-emotional piece, the student interest piece, and a curriculum coordinator to help us, probably part of an extended job for one of our teachers to coordinate those community involvement and career opportunities. We did have our public hearing back in June, on June 8th. It was in person. We did have 21 people come in person. It was one of our first in-person public events that we had post-COVID. And almost everyone there had students who had been involved in the virtual option over the past year. So we had some really good feedback on what they found based on what they saw as parents and as educators. Those were the 5 big things that they identified that they wanted us to really look at as we went forward. And all of those things are incorporated into our program. This is just last year's ACT Aspire results, which I know we all know how well you can interpret the testing given the lag and everything. But what I did include on here, the green is the students that spent the entire year last year in the Fort Smith virtual program. The blue is the Fort Smith students as a whole, and the red is the state. And you'll notice in English, reading, and science, in almost every grade level, we were at or above the Fort Smith and state average. In our academics. Math, we struggled. I've talked to people in the state, that's apparently not uncommon, and it is an area that we are aware of and something that we are looking at trying to do things different and really focus on how we can present math virtually and get the same gains that they are getting in with the on-site students. That is a challenge for us that we are addressing. We do have several waivers, and you have a list of those, so I'm not going to go through them, and I know we have some questions about them, but we do have several waivers that we are requesting. And this is just, hopefully if it plays, just a quick video with a testimonial from some students and parents. Oh, did not play. You're fine. Thank you. And I know I talked fast, so I apologize.
Hi, this is Sharmin Afroz and this is my son.
Hi, it's me, Zishan and Elf.
He currently is enrolled in the virtual program for 3rd grade. When we first started our journey back in August, we didn't know what to expect, but we knew that we wanted to make this journey as much fun as possible for Zishan. We like the virtual program because of its flexibility. It can fit to our routine, and the Pearson connectors make it so easy to understand for both the students and the learning coach. The most 2 important parts that kept us going are the routine. I made a routine and we are sticking to it every day. The teachers are being so wonderful. Every time they reply any issues we have. Now I will let Zishan to talk about his experience.
Hi, it's me, Zishan and Elf. My favorite subject in Pearson Connectors is math. Math is very easy to learn, and my favorite characters are Maya the dragon and Clara the cat. It has been my dream to enroll in a new different website that I never discovered in my life.
Hi, my name is Sophia.
And this is Adriana. What we like the most about virtual school is the flexibility.
And flexibility means that we can do schoolwork any time of the day.
I like to be a peak student because I can work at my own pace.
If I don't understand something, then I can go back and relearn it. If I do understand something, then I can go ahead and get ahead at work. I also don't have to wait for other people to be finished. No offense.
Hi, this is Tina Roberts, Aiden Russell's Gammy.
Hello.
He is from Kavanaugh, 6th grade. The good list, the curriculum, we're both enjoying the curriculum in all the subjects. A part of me fears he might even be ahead if he goes back to the classroom in January. He is loving the Zoom meetings, the videos, the Kahoots, and the quizzes. And he also loves doing work online over a handout in the classroom. Blech. Navigation through the lessons has been so smooth within the platform. It's very obvious how hard the teachers have worked to get things into a smooth routine. And your caring and your love for what you're doing is clearly coming through in the virtual world. The role of being Aiden's learning coach has been a wonderful experience to bond with him on a whole new level. And I treasure that. Thank you for giving us this option. It's memories that we will carry forever.
All right, and that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Ms. James, if you will come with legal concerns.
My name is Whitney James with the department, and I have spoken with Ms. Hall about some of the legal concerns as well as Mr. Walter. First several waivers, there were no legal concerns, no concerns about attendance, instructional day, class size, recess, or clock hours. In regard to the principal waiver, I would like some additional explanation regarding why the school is requesting a waiver of standard 4C1, and looks like based on the rationale provided, only a waiver of Arkansas Code annotated 617-302A is necessary. And I have my code book handy if Mr. Walter needs to show the school what 617-302A is.
Morning, Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. Unless Dr. Paula has had any issues, I would agree to amending on behalf of Fort Smith 617-302 to 302A. Along those lines, I think 4C1 may have been mistakenly put down. I think that is the part that deals with the duties of a principal, and I think rather the request there should be 4-C.2, which goes along with the licensure piece in 302.
So, Mr. Walters, you're saying that they will employ a principal, the principal may or may not be licensed?
That's correct, but they're not asking for a waiver of any of the requirements concerning ratio with principals nor duties with principals or principal.
Yes.
So I'm assuming the way it read, I may be off, that it may be like a person who holds curriculum credential. That's how I read it, so I didn't have any reservations about it. But it didn't say it specifically, I just didn't confirm.
That's
Thanks.
correct. If I say, like, I'm doing the position now and I do have administrator licensure, but going forward, we just wanted the flexibility to put the best person for that job in the event that it is somebody with a different type of licensure.
Okay, that makes sense.
The next waiver request is teacher licensure, and I did speak with Ms. Hall about this and Mr. Walter. They confirmed that they are using an approved digital learning provider, that at some point in the future, I believe that they're planning to develop their own curriculum. They also confirmed that they are not asking for any additional waivers of the rules governing distance and digital learning. And I would ask Ms. Hall to please give a little bit more rationale about the teacher licensure waiver, and Ms.
And again, we use all of our own teachers, and we do plan to continue doing that, especially, and our core teachers will always be licensed. The flexibility is more for the elective courses because we will have a small population. There will be times when we might want to use different people to teach some of those electives that have expertise in the areas, and it would be not even a full contract, and so we would do some little bit of leeway for those areas to bring in people that are experts in their field for those, art, music, PE, not even PE as much, but art, music, some of those types of things.
The next waiver on the list is school nurse, no legal concerns regarding that one. Then we have the library media waiver. The rationale states that the library media specialist will be available to provide instruction and assistance, but the library media specialist is still bound by the standards library media specialist ratio, and we wanted to make sure that the library media specialist has the ratio flexibility to be providing services to this school, and that will not throw off the ratio for the library media specialist, and I believe Ms. Hall can explain.
Yes, being a full virtual school, we will not have an actual physical library on site. We will be leveraging, mainly online or digital texts and libraries. We are a fairly large district, and we do have multiple library media specialists within our district. And so what we would do is look at our numbers and figure out how we can use rearrange our current personnel to free up and work within the ratios to provide a library media person to work with our staff in embedding the library media into the curriculum, and then also work with our students as needed if they need to do some of those pull-out classes virtually, etc. But we do have that flexibility within having such a large district and having multiple people to draw from.
And there were two other waivers that we have no legal concerns about. That's flag display and report cards. And that leaves us with one remaining waiver request for food services. We've got standard 3D1 and Arkansas Code annotated 618-705 listed. And the school did give some rationale for requesting this waiver, but I've spoken with our child nutrition unit, and they had some concerns about how this would work. I don't know if the school has some additional rationale to offer, but I believe we also have Ms. Davidson on the Zoom from our child nutrition unit to answer any questions that you have about that.
We have had a lot of discussion about this one, and currently our plan would work in that what we do at the moment is students are able to pick up meals that at grab and go at their neighborhood locations, which was our long-term plan. But apparently that is ending June 2022 under the USDA program. So obviously we are hoping that they will extend that and or develop a different plan with virtual schools, because again, it's kind of difficult in a district our size to ask students to, even if we had a food service unit at peak, it's not easily accessible all the way across the district. So hopefully we would be able to figure something out that would work with reimbursable meals. In the event that does not, we've talked about it, and we would just have to build that in and figure out another way to make sure that our students that need those meals would be served.
Ms. Davidson, thank you for being here today. If they were to deliver meals, would that keep them in compliance?
They could possibly contract those meals with the school district, but again, that was our concern, that the waiver would be ending with USDA in June of 22 as it stands right now.
So that's just something you're going to keep up with, follow along?
Yes, we would just have to follow along with the guidelines and what is permissible, I guess honestly, from year to year, and see what is permissible and what we can do. What we don't want to do is build a food services into a building for virtual school only when we're going to not have students there.
So, Ms. James, they would need a waiver of standard 3D1?
If they are going to be providing food services according to the USDA regulations and guidelines, I'm not sure that they would need a waiver of 3D1. I think they just, and also 618-705 is the breakfast program. Are you asking for a waiver of the breakfast program?
We do the full district. We do the full district breakfast program at the moment, so I'm not sure if this would fall under that or if it would fall under the USDA. That's beyond me.
Yeah, if you're not asking to waive the breakfast program, then I would not add this statute, but
Okay.
Mr. Vulture can advise you regarding that. But
Okay.
I don't think that they need the food services waiver if they're still going to follow all of the USDA guidelines.
Okay.
But I'll let y'all discuss that.
Okay.
Walter, APSRC. After hearing Ms. Davidson's information, I think we will go ahead and request to pull both of those waivers down. I don't think it was ever the district's. I think the whole thing, as I understand it, is a flexibility piece with the virtual program. Obviously not an attempt to circumvent any of the state or federal laws concerning child nutrition. I think with the information that she's very helpfully explained today, they will be able to craft a way to do that and stay within guidelines. And then, as was said, obviously stay in touch, hopefully with child nutrition, and watch the waiver process and see what's going to be permissible going forward.
Ms. Davidson, are you good with that? Is that what you believe to be true?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Kaufman. I think we just need to stay in touch throughout the year to see how things develop from here on out.
Okay. Listen, I know feds and they're very serious about their money, so I appreciate you staying in touch with that. Thank you. Ms. James, that was the last one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Saraceni, you want to start?
I just want to confirm about the licensure, and I think you explained that to me well enough. And then just the supports that are going to be there for the library media. Okay. And those were just my two big concerns, but I think you addressed them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
The questions I had have also been answered through the discussion.
Thank you. Dr. Flowers?
No additional questions from me. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
No questions.
Dr. Williams?
More of a statement than a question. What really intrigues me about this request here is we're dealing with a lot of virtual schools here lately, and creating a sense of identity and belonging is what really stood out to me. If we could, kind of fine tune that from a virtual standpoint, I think it's really a step in the right direction. So no question, just a statement. That key statement is what stood out. A lot of, during the virtual time, a lot of families and students felt isolated. As a matter of fact, we even dealing with that even in the work environment of the isolation pieces. So I'm intrigued by the outcome of how they're going to achieve this.
I have a couple of questions, and I think you answered it, but I just want to confirm. Will all of your teachers be on site at the Peak Innovation Center?
Yes,
And I love that kids will be able to come there if they really, sometimes I'm like, I just need you to show me. Can I come over?
yes.
That's really nice. The other thing I would just say is I'm so pleased that you've waited till now to make this virtual academy an LEA.
Oh.
Because I think you learned a lot. I think you'll have a much more stable environment now after having gone through all of this. So I think it's really the right time. And I don't have any other questions. That's all I had. So,
Thank you.
panel members, any other questions? Then, let me find my piece of paper. I'll accept a motion. Come on, girls.
Make a motion that we accept this proposal.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Saraceni and a second by Ms. Wright McMurray to approve the Fort Smith Virtual Academy Charter for 5 years. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. If you will wait just a moment, we'll do our voting sheets. Ms. Wright McMurray?
Okay, I vote for. I support the application. The model will provide more opportunities for students to learn virtually in a supportive environment. I appreciate the thoughtfulness and consideration of ensuring equitable access for all of their students.
Ms. Saraceni?
Support this request. FSBA embraces the diversity of the community while providing students flexibility of learning anytime, anywhere to meet their needs with a personalized learning plan.
Mr. Baldwin?
This is a good program that will advance educational options and student learning, and I voted to approve the charter application.
Dr. Flowers?
I vote to approve the Fort Smith Virtual Academy. I look forward to hearing about the educational experiences the students will have and the model that will also engage families and community.
Dr. Williams?
Support the motion, developing a virtual school with the ideal of providing students with a sense of identity and belonging. If successful, will serve as a model for other schools.
All right, well, congratulations. We're going to take a short break for lunch and take a short break. Lunch is going to be delayed.
There was a delay with lunch, yes. There were website issues. but I
Okay,
did
so
order-
we'll take a break,
Take a
and
break.
then do you want us to come back?
Yes, ma'am, I've ordered lunch, it's just delayed.
Okay, and
Caddo Hills is next, and they are on site.
Okay.
But I believe they went up to the Capitol, so I've texted them, but if we could just take a short break.
okay,
Lunch is on the way, I'm just not sure when it will be here.
no problem. Thank you, everyone. Williams? What-
Yes, it's time for us to reconvene.
Oh, let's take about 10 minutes.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Lisa's walking in as well, so.
Mr. Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next on the agenda is Caddo Hills, and Caddo Hills School District has submitted an application to convert Caddo Hills High School to Caddo Academy. The school will continue to serve students grades 7 through 12 utilizing a career academy model. The application was reviewed by the internal DESI team, and we have Derek Owens, Superintendent, and Justin Neal, Career and Technical Education Director, and also Virtual Academy Coordinator present. They will have 20 minutes to present, and legal will address.
Whitney James with the department. We'll just need anyone who's speaking on behalf of the school to be sworn in. That's everyone except the attorneys.
Okay. If you're speaking on behalf of Caddo Hills, if you'll stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for rushing back so quickly. We are. If you'll introduce yourself and with your title for our reporter, she'll appreciate you.
Well, my name is Derek Owens. I'm the superintendent of Caddo Hills School District. Glad to be here today, and thank y'all for your time. I know that time is valuable for everyone, and we do appreciate that. I brought with me Justin Neal, as Tim had already said just a moment ago, and he will be doing most of the presentation because he's been the one working on most of the nuts and bolts of this charter that we've got. He's been coordinating the efforts for that. And so first thing I'd like to do is just introduce our school just a little bit. If you would turn that first slide. Where's the? Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. And you know, we've got one of the larger school districts in the state, okay, as far as square miles, but we're one of the smaller school districts in the state when it comes to students. Our students is only 550, and that's probably closer to 545 right now, something like that. But anyway, we are 76% free and reduced lunch, and you know, that stays at that. I've been the superintendent for 7 years, and we've been as high as 81% and as low as 74%, and so that has stayed ever since I've been there. So that's a little bit about our background. And what we're proposing is we want to model, the charter model that we want is one that's going to illustrate to the kids the need for the education. That is our goal, is to illustrate the need for education, because you know, here's one of the things that I can't get my words together here, but one of the things that I can illustrate is that, you know, in teaching, you can tell someone something, okay? They've got a good chance of remembering it because you told it to them, okay? You can show them something, okay, and they've got an even better chance of remembering it because you showed them what you wanted them to do, or what the aspect of whatever the performance task or whatever it is, if you show them. But if you let them experience it for themselves, they're more apt to remember it. And that's the model that we want to go, is that we want our kids to have some experiences. We want them to be able to look and see from all the experiences that we can give them, and then choose a pathway, choose a career, and we know that we're not going to be able to fit every career that could be fit into our model. But we can be general enough in our models to be an umbrella to where these kids can find something that would remotely get the direction they're heading, okay? And then that way they would actually value an education, because, you know, our students, remember I told you stop me at 5 minutes, but anyway, our students, you know, they're not coming to school anymore with that with that background of parents that are saying, you know, go get your education. I mean, we're having to fight that. We're having to be those that's trying to instill that into these children, that an education is important, okay? And I think that our model is going to do that because, you know, these students need to take ownership of their education. And if we can make them see, if we can allow them to see the need for an education, then all the other things that we battle, whether it be attendance, truancy, you know, lackadaisical attitude toward education, all those, if a kid sees the importance of it, if a child can see the importance of what they're doing, and they can focus on that for themselves, and they know that their end goal is in sight, well, then they'll be more apt to do what we need them to do. And so it's going to take care of lots of educational problems. But, you know, we're going to be big on relationships, and throughout this whole series with all of our 712 teachers, building relationships is going to be a key factor in that, taking some of the class time and using time to build those relationships and showing the kids the career paths that we can get them on. And because we suffer from a lack of exposure. Our area, that little Montgomery County up there, there's not a whole lot around us, okay? And so our children, a lot of times, they are not exposed to things like other kids are. We have kids that go, and Mr. Neal may share this with you, but they go somewhere like Arkadelphia and they've never been on a college campus and never even been by a college, not had that exposure to know that, hey, this could be something for me. So we want to take our model and get our kids those experiences to where we could get them the opportunity. So we're looking at this, it's our job to inspire them to aspire to have a career, to aspire, and in that way it'll take care of a lot of the education. And I'm going to leave with this one last comment. We have a unique opportunity that we do with the Chamber of Commerce in our school district. Our students actually run the Glenwood Chamber of Commerce. That's a community not far from us. And our students are taking phone calls. They're doing the work on the membership drives. They are contacting people. They run the website. And all these kids do this with, there'll be 3 or 4 of them that work on it every year. And it's a new group of kids each year. Well, the first group that we had go through, I asked them after they had been through that, I said, well, now what's your plan? And those kids, they said this. They said, boy, this has opened up so much for me. I thought I was going to do this, but after doing what we did with the chamber, I now want to go and work in this area. You know, so it's all about the experience, and that's where we got our idea for the charter model to be an experience for kids to where we could get them to see and value that education. So I'm going to now turn this over to Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Superintendent Owens, and good morning to the great panel. We appreciate you all so very much allowing us time to speak on behalf of Caddy Hill School District today. And as Mr. Owens stated, you know, we do have a lot of great things going on at Caddy Hills, but as well, we also have some things that are not going as like we wish. Our testing data can demonstrate that we've had a decline in several areas over the past few years. It's been kind of just hodgepodge. And what we want to do is focus this educational model, like he said, on something that's going to, number one, inspire and encourage and motivate students to engage their own personal education. Our motto is built for you. We want this education system to be built for our students at whatever level they may be. We understand that students, because of various socioeconomic status or other factors that might be out of their control, puts them in a different level of success. But we do want to tailor this to every student in our school district. And that's the unique model that we're trying to propose. Many have come through with a charter concept, and it might meet a certain demographic or group of students. Our goal is to meet every student that goes through Caddy Hills High School. We want every student, grades 7 through 12, to understand that, number one, they have a champion. Every educator in that building, every staff and support person on that campus is committed to the same thing, and that's delivering a world-class educational experience for every student every day. How will we do this? Well, we want to get students life ready, and it's going to be through an academy model. And so every group of students will work through an academy model at both the junior high being that 7th and 8th grade pocket, freshman academy being 9th grade, and then starting in 9th grade, they would begin their career exploration. And so typically today in Arkansas, many 8th graders go through a class called Career Exploration. It's a great program, great part of the academic programming in Arkansas education. However, a lot of times it's hard to cover 16 career paths in a semester setting. And so what we want is for every class, no matter if I'm in English, if I'm in science, if I'm in math, to have some form of career piece. And so starting with the junior high, the focus is social and emotional learning. We know that our students have issues sometimes that need help. You know, they need to understand that somebody loves them, somebody cares enough about them to see them be successful. And understanding that their feelings are important too, and they need to have some type of self-value system for themselves. And so the social and emotional learning is the backbone of everything we want to do, starting in 7th grade and working all the way up through their 12th grade year. And so putting them in a career action plan team, so a cohort team by grade level, this would model a student success plan, and then that would follow them with a CAP advisor, career action planning advisor, that's grade level specific. And they would work with that student from 7th grade all the way to 12th on an educational excellence plan and engaging opportunities that would benefit them through their career, and that would focus on entrepreneurship. And so we also said, how in the world do we focus on 16 career clusters? It would be impossible for us to say that we would be able to take care of every career pathway possible. But we did find that there are several aspects of a career path that every student could benefit from: ingenuity, innovation, stick-with-itness, those things that our regional partners have told us that students are lacking when we do regional advisory councils, or when we have our council meet in our own school. Students are not engaged. Students are not showing up on work. We met with a regional employer last week, me and Mr. Owens, and his thought was he had 30 jobs. And the reason he has those many jobs open right now is because people aren't coming to work. Well, we want to show them, our students, that there's value in going to work and having a job and building a career and building a family. And that takes us to our next piece, the community leadership aspect. We want every student to understand and value the community in which they live. Now, we share a community, Glenwood, like was mentioned, with several other school districts. Another school district that we share it with has received a charter, and they are serving a great need for agriculture education. And we actually have a letter of support from that school district pledging their commitment to helping us, if we were to be awarded this charter, that we would be able to partner on aspects that would not duplicate services, but would extend learning opportunities from both campuses to benefit our regional workforce needs. And that's an aspect I'm very happy about. We have been doing these type of things at the Caddo Hills for several years. We have our own food pantry on campus. We do a backpack program every Friday. Students are sent home with meals that are in need. And one of the unique pieces of that is that our students help run it. They are not distributing food, but they are preparing the packs, and they are learning the aspects of community service. And we are so fortunate to work with great partners like the Arkansas Food Bank that's awarded us $50,000 over the past 2 years to help get this program going. We also understand that there's a need to get folks involved and engaged in their learning. So we have students that work around our campus already doing many tasks that no doubt's engaging math. You ever try to figure out how many feet you need worth of stuff for that flower bed? My words are leaving me too, I guess. But mulch, there you go. But you just think the math and the science aspects that those teachers are able to engage this transitions class through. And then we also have them participating. The 2 students in the back are serving as Career and Technical Student Organization leaders that are going to be heading to a conference to lead 900 students back to their first FBLA District 4 conference in 2 years. And but we have students that have been participating in national conferences, and we love that. So much so that we've had 2 state leaders. The girl on the left was the Arkansas Association of Student Council Presidents. The girl on the right was the Vice President of FBLA. Both great organizations, and we know that those 2 students are committed to their learning. They're committed to their school. They're committed to their community because of the experiences that they have been provided. And special note, those 2 girls got to meet the governor today as we were walking around waiting on this meeting. But all this was built for one purpose, and that's the Caddo Academy model. And we want education to be built for our students, and we want them to know that no matter their career path, whether it be college or career, we want them to be focused, and we want them to be inspired to go that next step, to do whatever it takes to make their future happen. And so we have 4 goals that we believe would help us accomplish the 5th. And we think if we're able to help our students gain their high school diploma, it's going to do more good for them than anything else. And so we want them to be engaged, participating not just in a career-specific course, but also in courses that are going to benefit maybe their interests, like senior beta of an academic standard or art club, if that might be something they're interested in. But we want every student to be engaged. We want them to drop their discipline rates. We know if they're in ISS or OSS, they're not in class. And we know that being in class is the most beneficial thing. And so a positive behavior intervention system is part of the core of this, and helping our students understand through restorative justice practices and other activities that will help them understand the value of education. This all happened through the academy model, where we want our students to be self-aware, market-aware, building their personal brand and their experiences in internships and outside the classroom activities, field trips, guest speakers, those different things that we want to bring into the classes. This slide is one I'm really happy about, because the blue is what we currently offer. The red is what we are going to do through the charter. And so as you can see, we're going to open up many avenues for our students to be able to partner with community colleges, as well as our core teachers in the classroom. This is a sample schedule of somebody that would be in a career pathway. And so, of course, we're going to hit out that foundations course, and then we're going to move up to those level 1s and 2s, and hopefully a level 3 capstone. Now, let's say you're college bound. We know that's what you're interested in. As you can see, kind of the same starting. We're going to maintain the same degree of excellence through the Arkansas standards, and we're going to make sure every student has all credits to graduate. But we're going to also encourage them to begin to get their college courses knocked out their 11th to 12th grade year. Now, we've been able to focus on community meetings. That's been a cornerstone of a continuous improvement model that we want our community to be a part of. And so we've been able to garner support from other school districts in our region. We've been able to garner support from every elected official in our county. We've been able to garner support from both chambers of commerces that we represent, and we've been able to gain support from our state and national representatives in Congress and the state house and state senate. But we just want you to know that we're here to build a better day for our kids, and we want to do that through this charter. We want to show the community, and we want to show you that we're committed to doing this, and by holding ourselves accountable through the goals that we've established. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Ms. James, if you'll come up and review our legal concerns.
My name is Whitney James with the department, and I've spoken with Mr. Neal and Mr. Walter a couple of times about the legal concerns. The first one, under general legal concerns, we're asking the school to confirm that they're aware they will be required to meet the standards in this school alone. And it's my recollection that after speaking with Justin, or Mr. Neal, he confirmed this. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And I also spoke with him and asked him if he needed a waiver of standard 1A2, and he told me that no, they are planning on, they do not need a waiver of the 120 clock hours. Is that correct? And then they did confirm also that they will have a principal at the school.
That's one of the great pieces of it, is the fact we're going to add that other.
You have to come to the
I'm sorry, I should have told you, come to the microphone.
I'm sorry. That was the other feature here, is that we're going to have that double layer where the principal will take care of most of the management of the building day to day, and then I, as the charter director, will maintain the curriculum aspects and building that correlation between our community partners.
Waiver number 1 is instructional day, and Mr. Neal has confirmed that they want a waiver of 6/16/102, but they acknowledge that they don't need the recess, or the waiver of the recess requirement, correct?
Yes, ma'am, because we are operating at a 7 through 12 high school. No elementary classes will be affected.
And the second,
Okay, well,
I'm so sorry.
the standards 1A42. So they're requesting a waiver of the 6-hour day or the half day, 3 hours?
Yes, we would like to be able to accelerate education, taking a kid from the high school to a community college partner, or if we had to modify the school day, if we wanted to focus something on the positive behavior intervention, let's say vaping, for instance, we wanted to spend specific time working on that in a dedicated leadership hour for a week, then we would be able to do that.
You could do that now. A planned instructional, as long as it's a planned instructional day, then it's a day.
Right.
So are you saying that you're going to have early release?
Yeah, okay, so, I'm sorry, yes, in certain aspects, we may have early release depending on the professional development that we're doing with our staff.
The other thing it says in your plan is that there are planned incentive days.
Yes, okay, so, yeah, and that was one that we've gone back and forth with because we didn't realize if that was a nutritional standard or what exactly, but so right now we are limited on what we're able to do through something like a culinary arts class. And so if a culinary arts class wanted to do lunch one day a week in a semester or in a structured time, that they would be able to serve a group of students in our school, let's say the seniors, we wanted to give them an incentive based on their behavior, or a class, if they were to win a behavior merit, then they would be eligible to eat lunch out of the family consumer science class instead of out of the lunchroom. So one of our child nutrition director has always said, we're limited to those 9 days that's allowed on the calendar for alternatives outside of the cafeteria. But we wanted to make sure we were going to be covered to do those type of activities.
So none of the planned incentive days are to let students leave early?
It could be, yes ma'am. I mean, like if the students meet an attendance or a behavior metric, then we may do incentive days like the day before Thanksgiving break, where they would be eligible for a day off.
I just have to tell you, I'm very uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure the panel can all speak their minds, but I'm going to have to really pause and think on that. That makes me very nervous for a number of reasons. So I'm probably going to need a deeper explanation, but we can go ahead and continue and come back to that.
Yes, ma'am.
If y'all want to.
In regard to the food service waiver, I've spoken with Mr. Neal and Mr. Walter, and they have confirmed they do not want a waiver of the breakfast program. Is that correct? Okay. And they do not want an across-the-board food service waiver either. They are really only seeking a waiver of Section 8.02.4 of the nutrition rules because they wish to give food and beverage items on more than 9 different days or different events of the school year. And I believe that he kind of got into that rationale, but if you want to give some more information.
So dealing with the nutrition, yeah, it just goes back to the need for being able to provide that opportunity to those culinary students to offer services to our school system that would maybe go beyond those 9 incentive days that are already allowed.
So we are or are not asking for a waiver of 3D1?
I don't believe that they are asking for a waiver of 3D1. They only want a waiver of that one section
Of the rule.
rules. We've narrowed it down.
Is that correct, Tripp?
Again, if there's, and I believe there is, if there's significant flexibility within the waiver of the rule to be able to do exactly what Mr. Neal said, then we're comfortable with that. And I understand the concern of the panel because 3D1 talks theoretically about a blanket waiver of everything.
So the answer is no, they do not want 3D1.
That's correct.
Okay, just confirming.
And the third waiver is teacher licensure, and I did confirm with Mr. Neal that he has contacted the licensure unit and he can explain more about why they want this waiver.
So most models like this would hire industry partners to come in and maybe teach a class or to do part of a class. You might think of an electrician or a plumber or something like that. How our plan's a little different is that we want to hire these folks to come in and be co-teachers with a certified, fully licensed teacher in that area. And so the most compelling story that I have is the fact I have an engineering teacher that does not, has never worked in an engineering facility. So he doesn't understand the full conception of just-in-time manufacturing or lean manufacturing, some of those concepts that are paramount within the engineering field. And so having a community partner or an industry leader in that area be able to come alongside and help that teacher, you know, through engaged days within the calendar year, and then also go with that teacher and those students to planned tours of their facilities. And so that right there goes back to the other need, and I realize I use that incentive day, and of course that I can see where that would bring some concerns, because we do not want to just let kids out of school for nothing, and we don't want to just let kids loose. I mean, that is not our attempt here at all, but it's to re-engage them in the educational process in ways that would benefit them by seeing the value of coming to school and then giving them kind of what they want. You know, they want to be home, they want to take a day off, and if we do it around days that can be, you know, I mean, we've been in the classroom that day before Thanksgiving break, that day before Christmas break. Those are hard days to have a fully engaging instructional unit. Most of the time we use those days for like a Christmas party or something like that in a class. And so we want to, you know, try to avoid that and make the instructional more meaningful, but also let's say that we want to take an entire group of 8th grade science students to that engineering facility. You know, that, and then do some type of cooperative learning activity where they are out of the classroom, that, you know, and we do class a little different for that week or during that instructional unit, that professional has come alongside our teaching professional and helped develop that plan. That would be approved by both me and the principal and the superintendent.
Ms. Saraceni?
So, talk to me a little bit about the teacher licensure. Are they going to be your partners or the
Teacher of record.
are they going to be teacher of record?
Well, we would hope that they wouldn't become the teacher of record, you know, solely because, you know, they don't have all the teaching background, but the industry knowledge that they would be able to lend to the room would just be outstanding.
Well, I guess I just need some more clarification, because if they're not going to be teacher of record, then why do you need the licensure waiver, is what I'm asking.
Right. Well, we'll say it for this. Okay, so I have an art teacher right now that would be fully capable of doing graphic design. And we can go through the process of licensure and do those kind of things. But for these industry partners, they too may become part of that. You know, we might have an opportunity with a bank. Banks are in our area all the time. We got 5 banks in Glenwood, 2,200 people, 5 financial institutions, and one of them is headquartered there. And so I'm sure a banker might have more time, and he may be able to come teach a class. And if that would work within his schedule, we would like to hire him to do that. You know, and so he may become the teacher of record.
Okay.
Mr. Baldwin, questions?
So the concept is great, you know, tying into industry, to jobs, to local leadership. And I guess I was reading on page 8 of your application where you talk about the courses that you're going to offer, and you know, ag courses sound good, marketing, technology, things like that. Do you have the local expertise in the area in Montgomery County? And I live in Arkadelphia, so I'm just right down the road a bit.
Absolutely.
But I know we struggle with that in Arkadelphia, is having these skill sets in the community, or would they come in from outside? Or explain how you're going to staff your program, I guess.
Absolutely, yes, sir. So, of course, we're going to have to lean on places beyond our own county. We're going to have to go further. And one example of that is we took a group of kids to a manufacturing fair at National Park College 2 weeks ago. The representatives from NIDEC were there, a motor manufacturer out of Mena. The plant manager called the next day and said, hey, we want to get in your school. Your kids were so relevant, they were so engaged that we want them to work with us, because we've hired 2 of your students that have gone through your programming in years gone by. And so we've had little success, right? And yet now we want to maximize that to impact all of our students. And so having those partnerships with places like Mena, like Arkadelphia, like Hot Springs, going outside the place. Another way is, what we're trying to do is get the charter. We're trying to get the charter sub-grant through APSRC, of course. And with those type of resources, we would be able to purchase things like a Caterpillar simulator. And we've already been in contact with Caterpillar, and they're willing to partner with us. As you know, they have a manufacturing facility here in Little Rock, right? And regionally, they have other things that they are in need. And if you drove here today, you know that running a CAT is something that's we need in Arkansas. And in the National Forest, one of the biggest jobs for the Forest Service is running that heavy equipment. And so having that type of simulator, maybe not having the expertise daily, but we would be able to garner more support from our Forest Service as well as from our regional partners in Arkadelphia, Hot Springs, and Mena.
Dr. Flowers?
Yes, I have a question about the gifted and talented portion of your application. When I read that, it sounds like it's almost like the students are self-identifying themselves as gifted and talented. You focus on utilizing their action plan as well as personalized learning plan. So speak to me about those students who may not identify gifted and talented traits within that plan, as well as the piece where you talk about it will be based upon personal family choice and data obtained. So speak a bit on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. So we do identification process in the elementary and try to identify those students there. And then as they go through the program, they have the choice of electing to stay or to not be a part of that gifted and talented program. That's more so about the family choice and things like that. But if we do identify through their academic performance as well as other aspects of the gifted and talented program that they may display those traits, we definitely, the teachers will be recommending, the gifted and talented director will be reviewing, and we will try to do that every semester, if not every year, of course, by every year. Because we definitely want to engage those students and ensure that they're getting not just the course, but they're getting supplemental instruction that's going to enhance their experience.
Dr. Williams?
Yes. A couple of things. First of all, I really appreciate what you all are trying to do by enhancing the career opportunities. My question for you, and I'm sure you've given this some thought, the number, I remember the slide, the blue and the red, and you're really looking to increase the number of career opportunities. Do you all have the horsepower to do that? It kind of goes along with Mr. Baldwin's question of, are there enough businesses and enough expertise in the region that you could bring in to expose your students to? You're moving in the right direction. I just wonder whether can you cross the finish line with this?
Yes, sir. We are greatly appreciative of that question because it definitely is a thought process for us. Mr. Owens has probably gotten more gray hairs from me coming by his office over the years that he's employed me because a lot of the days we have pie in the sky kind of ideas. One of them was, let's take a group of kids to New York City and Washington, D.C. so they can get a great experience there. Well, why? That was the question. Why do they need to do that? Well, they need to participate in a CTSO activity called Future Business Leaders of America, and they need to go participate in their state or their regional leadership conference. And so he let us go. He gave us a bus and committed the operations budget to help us do that. And so, with that slide, it does. I mean, it blows you away. Whenever we made it, I thought, wow, we are really going all out here. But the focus is that this is going to impact every person in our community, every person in our campus. And so every teacher, every staff member, every bus driver, everybody is committed to this process, from Mr. Owens down. And that was one of the things when we began this exploratory process, sometime back around 8 months ago. I began to, survey. I was an early adopter of Google in my start of my career, and we became a Google certified education, institution, and started making Google surveys. And I can tell you, I've sent out a lot of surveys to our staff as their PPC president. And I have never had every staff member agree to one thing, but I had 100% agree that the charterization model was the way to go for our district, and that everybody was buying in. Now, that does not mean everybody's agreed with every aspect of it, right? I mean, we're dealing with 98 staff members. Of course, there's going to come some issues. But at the same time, everybody has said that this is something that they believe would help us kickstart our students, because we're here to tell you there are some great families in our district that support their students and help them achieve every day. But we also have some students in our district that don't have that same support network at home. And we want to give every student that opportunity to succeed. We want them all to know that they have an opportunity for success. If it might not look like my success, that's okay. But I want them to know that they have success.
Talk to them a little bit about the personal contact we've had with community partners and how wide our net is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So working with our 2 chambers of commerce, we have been able to develop relationships that have really shown support for this. Our Forest Service, our county officials, they've all pledged that they would, help us find the ways to make this happen. Our entire quorum court for the county has all agreed, that this is a good, viable option for our school district and for our county and for our region. And so they've all pledged that support. I know Mr. Owens is committed through the budget of the school district and through the operations that we're going to make things happen. We're going to be good stewards of what we already have. We hope to be great stewards of what's to come. If it does, we're really excited. But if it don't, we're committed to making this work. We're committed for 5 years.
Okay. What are your 2 chamber of commerce? Is Mount Ida and
Glenwood.
Glenwood. Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal. All right. Thank you.
Mount Ida. Mm-hmm. And I happen to be the president of both those chambers right now too, so we have some good support from those members.
One thing for me is that I never thought a school district or a school trying to reach for the moon and maybe land in the stars for their kids. So I appreciate what you're trying to do.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
Just a couple of questions. So in thinking about your programs of study, and it's not exactly but similar to some of the other questions, I just want to get a little bit of a sense of how did you guys land on selecting those programs of study and the volume of those programs of study?
Absolutely. Because of a great working relationship with the Division of Career and Technical Education over the years, we've been able to gain some great research and data from our regional advisory councils. Through D. Queen Mena Educational Cooperative, they've committed to supporting this as well as helping us maintain and monitoring those regional needs and knowing exactly which program of studies to go after. I think to date we've gone above and beyond $200,000 worth of funding through DCTE and Perkins and state awards. And so, we definitely are driven by our regional needs, and we're definitely driven to make sure our students are getting career training in the areas that are going to build for their future career opportunities.
And so I guess my next question with that is what type of student feedback or input did you guys receive? Because the reason why I asked the question is because sometimes what we have seen is that starting programs of study where students maybe have shown little but not a whole lot of interest, then you have challenges when you get into your level 2 and level 3 courses to be able to sustain that program of study. So that's what I'm trying to get a sense of do we have the student interest for all of the programs of study that we're offering? And
so this is where being a smaller district kind of helps out. I think Arkadelphia might have had this issue, and because of not having the numbers, weren't able to justify the classes. In our way, we're already having classes with 4 or 5 kids. We're already having classes with 6 students, or, you know, I've had classes with 2, maybe even 1 over the years. And so, you know, we will modify the programs based on student need, you know, and student want. We do a student survey every year. We ask them questions about how they enjoyed their current CT program, and we will continue that model of engaging the students and the families, because we like to ask the parents too, are your students enjoying these classes, or do you feel like they're having a meaningful experience? All those different aspects are covered yearly during that career action plan review. You know, that's the hope, is that we will be able to assess that yearly.
Okay. And then going a little bit back to the questions about licensure. So similar thoughts that as it's set up right now, you know, you can have a teacher of record, and then you can have an industry partner come in and provide a lot of that rich instruction, but there's still a licensed teacher that's a teacher of record. And first thing that pops in my mind, we do that a lot with CNA, because it's so difficult to find someone that is qualified based off of all the indicators and markers from the state board to be able to do that. So
absolutely.
I would think you're able to do that now without having to request a waiver, because we're doing quite a bit of that now within CTE, of having a teacher of record, but allowing that industry partner to come in and provide that enhancement.
Right. And so going with the healthcare, for instance, Montgomery County, our largest employer is the Montgomery County Nursing Home. It's owned and operated by the county. And so having access to folks there, right, and maybe sending a busload of kids there when it gets clinical time, and then that teacher being there from that institution, the Montgomery County Nursing Home, and being that teacher of record by chance. Another one, student in the back of the room today, is interested in cosmetology. Well, it's really hard to get somebody from a college to come and be that person on our campus, but we may have somebody in our community that's already a stylist and may already have their license to teach cosmetology, and so we would like to hire them and put them through.
And there are different ways that we handle cosmetology with that individual. That's different than the examples we're using with Med Pro and things like that. Those are different. So there's different options there. I just think we can get you there without you having to ask for the waiver, is just what I'm trying to indicate.
Well, I'll just say this. Also, due to restraints in our area, a lot of times it's hard to find a certified teacher to teach math, you know, let alone some of these other areas that we would like to offer, you know, to expand our offerings to. So, you know, just certifications in our area is difficult alone anyway. So that would be another reason for asking for a waiver of that nature.
Mr. Walters?
Trip Walter, staff attorney, APSRC. To those things, and I think maybe it hasn't come out exactly the totality of the situation. There are certainly things that I think that have been expressed that are certainly spot on, but what we found, what I found in going over this with the folks at Caddo Hills, yes, they're asking for the full complement of teacher licensure waivers, and I think they're very much understanding and agreeable to what Ms. Wright McMurray is saying, obviously. But there's also a deeper need than that, as I said, because they're in Norman. They're as part of this, they obviously want to get the best individual for the position, and sometimes, unfortunately, that's not going to be a licensed individual, I believe, in their area. And you also see they're asking for Section 7, a waiver from the rules for teacher licensure, and the reason for that is so they can utilize their licensed teachers out of area if necessary. The whole thing, I think, is trying to maximize the people power and get the best qualified people, whether they be licensed or not. Hopefully they will be licensed. Hopefully, I'm sure the vast majority of them will be, but to give them that ability when that person is not available, to be able to get the person that they think is going to be the best fit for their kids, deliver the education the best. And I'll say on their behalf, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Neal or Superintendent Owen's mouth, but from my understanding too, how they've handled in the past and will handle in the future, is anybody who doesn't have licensure or anybody who is teaching out of area they're not going to be left to fend for themselves. There are going to be adequate support plans that they've advised me about through the process to make sure the quality of teaching will be there, and that no person's going to be left on an island, so to speak, to fend for themselves.
And thank you for the explanation, and I definitely appreciate both of your comments. I just, we also have the technical permit process. I think there's just some ways that we could get there without you having to go through the full waiver process. But again, if that's what you choose to do. But I think there are options that are available that we do have in CTE. You're aware that we have individuals that are content experts, and then they're able to work through our offices to get technical permits, and we work with them through that. And they do not have the traditional licensure credentials, but they do have the technical permit available to them. So there's just options, I think, that we could talk through, but whatever you decide to do is your choice. And thank you for bringing your students here today. I appreciate them being able to be a part of the process.
Thank you.
Ms. Saraceni, any additional questions or comments?
I think we forget we have the emergency teaching permit as well that's available.
One more time, sorry, I didn't hear.
The emergency
Okay.
teaching permit as well, so there are other options besides asking for the waiver for licensure. I just want to make sure that we have people on the pathway to licensure if they're teacher of record.
Mr. Baldwin, Dr. Flowers? Dr. Williams, any additional questions?
Just really a statement. If maybe Trip could work with them to follow up with ADE on some of the opportunities that that Dr. McMurray has brought up, and Dr. Saraceni on just to follow through. Let's don't leave anything. If the waivers are truly needed, then let's do it. But if there's a way to do it within the law, let's see, can we make that work? If you all are open to have that discussion, Trip, with them.
May I respond, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
please.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Here's what I guess would be my request, so to speak, and I understand and appreciate all the comments made, and what I will do is, if the panel would not mind for now including the waiver, I will pledge that we will work with Ms. Jacks and Ms. Saraceni and Ms. Wright McMurray and all their respective staffs to make sure that if there are other avenues, especially the ones that Ms. Saraceni and Ms. Wright McMurray brought up, that those will be fully explored and utilized if necessary. But if within that context that we could still maintain the waiver for now, I think that would give them the flexibility and the ability to get the program off the ground and start it up.
Stay there, Trip. Yes, go ahead.
I would be willing to ask for a report within 2 years and
Sure.
see where we
Great.
are, because we want to make sure that we're giving our students the quality that they, as educators, we want to give them the highest quality. So I think that would be great if we could put that in, that we do a check or review after 2 years
Unless either
to work with them.
unless either Superintendent Owens or Mr. Neal have anything to the contrary, and I don't think they would, I would pledge on behalf of them or commit on behalf of them to do that. Absolutely, absolutely.
And I would be agreeable to that, because I would like to get some sense of, are we really not able to find those connective pieces that will require us to need to continue to go around existing systems. So.
Right, and I think part of that too, and again, I don't want to totally speak for them, but I think too, perhaps that can also give them time to see, and again, I understand where both of you are coming from. My experience in working with districts in these issues, though, sometimes is the industry professionals that they want to come in, as Caddo Hills has explained. I think you've had other, probably a fair amount of the conversion charters explained to you, is, even though I understand that the permits that you both have talked about are relatively easy to acquire, that they run into resistance in folks even wanting to do that. But certainly that can be part of the report and let you know what they're doing and trying to make it work. And again, I think their idea on the folks that they do hire or will hire that are unlicensed, I believe they will fully support them as far as finding pathways for them to attain full licensure and provide their support for that.
So, number one, I drove through Caddo Hills recently on my way to Queen Wilhelmina State Park. Beautiful. I love the concept. I'm stuck on instructional day. I don't feel like the explanation is giving me confidence. So one thing I will say, if you want to close school on the day before Thanksgiving, you're in control of your calendar, and you can certainly do that. But giving kids an incentive and letting them stay home, I don't feel comfortable with. We're required as adults to provide 178 days on the minimum, 178 days of student-teacher interaction, and so that's stressing me. The other part, if you are participating in a field trip, that's a school activity. That's a part of the day. So I need you to help me understand why you're not providing a full 6-hour day or a 3-hour half day. I need to understand that better.
So if we were to have, in the plan, I believe we wrote up engage days. And so that could be a half day, possibly, where students in some grades may be eligible to go outside of the school to participate in either co-curricular or extracurricular type activities, whether that be community service or whether that be on-the-job shadowing. If we work with our chambers and we are able to get enough placements, then those students would be excused to go and engage the industry for those days. And so that's probably a better...
Is that a school-sponsored event?
Well, it could be, it could not be. I mean, it all depends.
Okay, you're making me nervous here. So you're gonna have to explain that to me better. So if you're setting it up and you've got someone there supervising students, it's a school supervised event.
They may not be supervised. I mean, we might not have people there supervised. If I have seniors and they're going to Mountain Harbor to shadow at the marina or at the lodge for the day.
But they're going there to work under the supervision of some adult that
Right.
You've made a plan with.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
So it's still a school-sponsored event.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yes. I mean, well, those are that's the days.
That's where I'm struggling with the concept of half days, early releases. And if we're having an early release for professional development, then so number one, you can handle that with your calendar. Or if you're asking for a waiver from that, I need to know how much.
Okay, well, one of the things that would benefit us and is the early release for professional development, because we are planning, we've already contacted Mr. John Wink, is that correct? That's going to help us with this charterization model and help provide some tools for our teachers. And we're going to need that time where the high school could be released earlier, and we'd still have the elementary, full day, but high school could be released earlier to where the teachers would have time, because, you'd have to pay teachers to come after school if we're going to have, hour or two of in-service after school, to where the release time would be beneficial there. So, and it probably sounds like, from your question, Ms. Kaufman, that we're just going to turn out school, and that's not it. It's just that we want the flexibility to where if we want to give these kids those experiences, that's not going to count against us.
They don't. The school-sponsored experiences are part of the instructional day now. That's the definition.
Okay.
So that, just like you said, we took a group recently. It's part of the day. It's the concept of closing school and not providing instruction, not providing the service for kids.
That's really not our thought. And I know he's talked about the incentive days, but and I can tell how y'all just like, oh, no, we're not doing that. And I understand that, and that was a dream. That comes from the kids as far as, you know, what would be something real and tangible, and that's their input. Well, boy, if we get an afternoon off or a day off, you know, that's something that, you know, and so that was where that come from, is trying to service the needs of the kids, that incentivize them to, you know, to want to do, you know, their schoolwork and everything. So, I mean, that taking that off the table would be just like, you know, you marking it off up there, and I say I'll mark it off on mine, you know, so that would not be a problem.
Are we marking that off?
Yes, we'll mark it off.
Okay.
So consider days out. Our intent was anytime that we're out of school, it's going to be either for PD, which is, you know, teacher PD, you know, to make sure that they got the tools they need. We want to put as many tools in their tool belt as we can, and we need the time for that. But also, if we have activities, we didn't want it to be struck against us for, you know, having these active days, to whereas, you know, one of the things that I kind of dreamed up was this. There's no way we got enough staff to take all of our kids on a day, but we could take our staff and take like 3 grade levels, you know, 3 grade levels, we could divide up that staff to do some different career things that day, to go different locations, because we got enough bus drivers on our staff, that kind of thing, to where we could host that type of activity for our kids to on one day, instead of blowing several days, blow one day as far as the education goes, to where these kids, they choose what activity that they want to go see, whether it be NIDEC or whether it be a community college or whether it be an actual OBU, that kind of thing. But there's no way we could staff that and have supervision for 7 through 12. So, but 10, 11, 12 would be easy to do, you know, 3 grade levels, because we're roughly 40 per grade level.
So what happens to the other kids?
That's that's one of the things that we were thinking about on an asynchronous day, where they would just do work asynchronously, you know, through the teachers would set up their class, and they would have work that day, but yet the other kids would, and then we would do the flip-flop. The 10 through 12 would have the asynchronous day, and then the other kids would go on a different field trip day. So we were trying to work that to where our teachers would be involved, and it wouldn't just be the kids going and the teachers not. We want our teachers that are our CAPS instructors involved with taking these kids on these experiences.
I love the idea of that. What's stressing me is what's happening to the kids that aren't a part of that learning experience. I think the vagueness of it. I don't know how many times we're talking about. We're talking about one time a year,
so
10 times a year.
That's one of the things that we don't have it set as number of times of a year, because one of the things we're going to do is plan, do, check. We're going to do the first one, and then once we see if it works really well, we'll repeat that model. You know, but if nobody gets anything from it, and they don't, it's not good for the students and it's not good for the staff, well, then we're going to back off of that. You know, but it would just, the waiver at that time was going to give us that flexibility.
You know, my thought is, I'm kind of where the rest of the panel is, and I'm not an educator, so I'm just a business person. But it seems like that you should try to, I mean, I think we all support what you're trying to do. I think we get it, and I think we see how it would be beneficial. I think you should try to work within the system, mark off the waiver, or my thought would be go think about it some more and come back to us maybe next month, or maybe some other time, and give more detail. I think that's what we're struggling with, is the lack of really what this looks like, because it could look like a lot of different things.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Rockman.
And so as we're talking through it, I'm listening to what you guys are wanting to do. What keeps coming back to my mind is work-based learning, and how we currently operate in that realm, to where students are able to, you know, still be counted as in school, still be able to get credit. They're off campus. They're not normally always with a teacher, because they're getting that experience. Instruction is still taking place. So that's another one. I think there are mechanisms and structures that can be very helpful to help you to flesh this out, that are already existing models. It's just having those conversations to
Yeah.
see what you're wanting to do and how we can do that.
Yeah, the work-based model, I understand what you're saying, but that's kind of limited to the seniors only clientele.
Not necessarily.
Well, but in a district our size, there's no way we can meet some of the requirements of the work-based learning program because there's none of our staff that could ever be the work-based learning facilitator and have an additional hour off a day to have dedicated to work-based learning.
But what I'm offering is that let's look at the model that we're currently using and see how we can help to structure that to give you some structure to what you're wanting to do, so that there's already a model that's structured in place that provides guidance on how this can happen. So maybe if we look at that and figure out how to make it make sense for what you're trying to do, I think that would be helpful, because then you can use that as, okay, these are the days we're going to be out, these are the days students are going to be doing this, because as it seems right now, there's still a lot that needs to be fleshed out, and I'm trying to give you something that would at least give you something to go by as a template or a roadmap.
Thank you so much. And with the recommendations made today from the panel, we'd like to withdraw that. And then we would probably come back in a couple of years after we've had some time to discuss and work with your offices.
Yeah, and I think once you have a little more time to plan it out, because I mean, the core of what you've got written here is solid. It's just these little details that, you don't plan out that level of detail till you find out if you're going to be approved. But I think once you do that and kind of get a better feel for how much PD is it going to take, how much time do we need to allot to that? Do we have other resources where we could pay for that PD or that time, and just kind of look at how you can do that? Then, you can come back with an amendment.
Right.
And add those in at that time. But I think that I would feel more comfortable because I would have a better idea. And it's not that we don't trust you or anything.
Yes.
That's not the case at all. We're just trying to make sure that we know what we're agreeing to, so that we can confidently speak to others and say, oh yeah, they're doing this and this and this. Because you said some key words that the phone will be ringing off the hook when I get back to my office. Yeah. Oh, they're doing early release. Oh, they're letting their kids go home for incentives, and I can just hear it now. And I don't have enough information to solidly answer why for you.
We do not mind to withdraw that waiver and to continue forward.
All right. Tripp, you good with that? Okay. Do you have any additional legal concerns, Ms. James? Thank you. Any last questions or comments from our panel? I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Williams and a second from Ms. Wright McMurray to approve Caddo Academy as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. You survived. If you will hang on just a moment, the panel members will give you their feedback. Thank you. Dr. Flowers? Yes, please.
I vote to approve the district conversion. Caddo Academy shows great potential to engage and inspire students to achieve at a high level with meaningful learning opportunities enhanced by community support via access to career pathways. Students are sure to have an enriched learning experience.
Thank you. Ms. Saraceni?
Turn on my. I approve this request. This model will give the students at Cato the opportunities to explore career and technical pathways.
Mr. Baldwin?
The charter application as discussed provides good educational options for students and will be further developed over time. I support the application.
Dr. Williams?
Support the motion. This will allow for additional career opportunities for students.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
I support the application. The model will provide expanded opportunities for CT instruction and business interactions for their students. This will allow students to better prepare for careers and education beyond the high school diploma. This will be meaningful for community, their families, and industry growth. I look forward to outcomes.
Congratulations. As you know, this charter then will go to the state board for review or not review at the next board meeting. And we look forward to great things, and we look forward to assisting you any way that we can. Thank you so much. Mr. Johnston, what's our next step? Lunch or?
Lunch is here. Lisa Academy is also here for the amendment, so I guess it's up to the panel. They're
So on amendments, do we go through the full 20-minute presentation?
I don't.
I believe they do have a presentation ready.
They do have a presentation. I don't know that it's a full 20 minutes.
Don't want to stop and eat a quick lunch? Yes, let's
Okay.
stop and eat a quick lunch.
Dr. Williams is saying yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
Dr. Williams will text you as quick as we can eat.
Thank you.
Right, we're back and welcome everyone back with us. Mr. Johnston, we're to the last item on the agenda, please.
Yes, ma'am. Lisa Academy has submitted an amendment request to add an additional K through 12 campus in Fayetteville beginning the fall of 2023 with flexible grade configurations. The charter requests all current Lisa Academy North Middle School and Lisa Academy North High School waivers be granted to the Fayetteville campus. Additionally, they are requesting an additional enrollment cap of 1,168 students, which would raise their current enrollment cap from 5,632 to 6,800. Legal want to present?
I'll do it. If you'll stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. And I'm sure they have a presentation. That's correct, fall of 2023? Okay.
I apologize. One other thing is their charter expires in June of 2030.
June 2030. Okay, just making sure I'm hearing those things correctly. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, dear respected Charter panel members. My name is Fatih Bogrek. I serve as the Superintendent of Lisa Academy. This is my 11th year at Lisa. Our Assistant Superintendent, Luann Baron, is going to present our amendment request. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fatih. Thank you, panel members. I'm Luann Baroni. I'm the Assistant Superintendent and Director of Communications for Lisa Academy, and I appreciate you persevering today through a long day and allowing us to make this presentation to you today. So to get started, I'd like to start with just a little bit of background information for those of you who may not be very familiar with Lisa Academy. We're a charter school with a comprehensive college prep program focusing on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And all of our schools have been accredited by the Department of Education since our opening in 2004. For this current school year, we have around 3,600 students in 7 different buildings and over 400 staff members. Our plan for growth kind of features 3 different hubs or modules, if you will. The first one showing there, the Central Arkansas hub, is what we have currently here in Little Rock, North Little Rock, Sherwood. We have 2 different K-12 systems. One is featuring a K-5 building and a 612 building on the same campus, and that's actually in North Little Rock and Sherwood because the city line is in between those 2 buildings, but they're on the same campus. And then here, more in Central West Little Rock, we have 3 separate campuses, a K-5 building, a 6-8 building, and a 9-12 building, and all of those kind of run along Markham within 2 or 3 miles of each other. And our latest addition is our statewide hybrid school, Arkansas hybrid school, which is administratively housed in Little Rock at our Corporate Hill Drive, actually in the original building that Lisa Academy started in. We've done some renovations on that. And our administrative staff is there, and most of our teachers are housed there as well. We're also that functions as a learning center for students when they come on campus for the campus component. We also have a learning center in Springdale on our Springdale campus. And as demand dictates, we'll be expanding that to have satellite learning centers throughout the state. Also currently existing in Northwest Arkansas, we have our K-8 Lisa Springdale School, which is in downtown Springdale and is doing quite well. And we have been approved for our campus in Rogers to serve Rogers and Bentonville, and that will be the same type of setup as what we have for our North Campus with 2 buildings on the same campus. And what we're coming to you today to ask for is the 3rd component of that Northwest hub, which would be a campus in Fayetteville. just some of the things that have made us successful over the years that we always try to reiterate, because we feel like this is kind of the secret to how we've been able to grow and do that successfully. We plan academic success for all of our students, regardless of the background they come to us with. We really embrace the diversity of our student population, and that's at the core of who we are. We prepare all of our students for college and career opportunities. We embed STEM in most everything that we do. We very much believe in involving parents and the family and the learning experience. And we're very open and reach out a lot to collaborate with other schools and with other community organizations to best serve the students that are in the communities where we serve. As you can see, all of our campuses have demonstrated significant yearly growth on the most recent state testing. I don't think many people in the state were thrilled about the results after the pandemic, but we were very proud of the growth scores that our students posted. As you can see from this on the value-added growth scores, all of our schools scored above the state level, and all of our schools scored above the expected growth level of 80%. We are very proud of the fact that we've always had great growth scores, and we want to continue doing that regardless of the students who are in our buildings. Some other markers of our consistent performance are that we've had 95% or better graduation rate over the years, and also a 90% or better college acceptance rate. We have a small student-teacher ratio of about 12:1 and an average class size of about 16. Not only have our students grown in terms of academic achievement, but we've also grown in terms of just enrollment. There's just been a demand for the opportunities that we offer. And as you can see from this graphic, we've grown from 2008. We actually started at about 375 students in 2004. And we've now grown to about 3,600 students currently in all of our campuses. And some recent accolades we've achieved from U.S. News. One of our high schools was ranked as the best high school in the Little Rock Central area and number 3 in the state. And then Mitch also recognized one of our elementary schools as number 2 in Little Rock and number 9 best high school. So we're getting recognized by some national organizations to see what we're doing. We also were just recently named again as the most diverse school district in the state of Arkansas by Mitch. So we're very proud of that. As I said, our diversity is at the core of who we are. Our students' families speak over 35 different languages. We have about an 80% minority enrollment, and we have about a 61% low-income enrollment in our schools. And we've steadily increased both that minority enrollment and the low income over the years. And as you can see from this is our current demographics. Our largest student population demographic is our Black or African American, followed by Hispanic, Latino, then white, Asian, 2 or more races, and Hawaiian Pacific Islanders. So it's a rich melting pot of students in our schools. I want to focus a little bit on the Northwest success that we've had since that's the area that we're looking at doing this expansion. And some of you may know we started with a partnership with Ozark Montessori Academy in the 2018-19 school year. They were a struggling charter school. We partnered with them for that school year, went in and did in the second semester, put in some supports for them, helped them, and then it became a LISA school in 2019 in that fall. And since we've done that, as you can see, the enrollment has grown from about 140 students to now 350 students on that campus. We've also done some renovations to the campus to better outfit it for our students, in addition to adding a playground and a really cool mural on the side of the cafeteria you can see there in the background. So it really adds a nice flavor to downtown Springdale. If you have a chance to drive by there, I think you would enjoy seeing it. Not only have they grown in terms of numbers at our Springdale campus, but you can see that the student achievement has been really good there. This just compares where the school was when they were Ozark Montessori in 2018, and then walking through 2019, which was our first year of working with them, and then we skipped a year, and then 2021 we've had good scores there with our students. And so we're very proud of that those students are growing and achieving at a really strong rate. This just kind of drills down a little deeper on those test scores, showing the overall math, English, reading, and science scores. Most of those are really good compared to the state and compared over time. There are a couple of them that I'll go ahead and call out. The reading and science are not where we had hoped they would be last year. The reading, a couple of things that contribute to that is on the Springdale campus, we have a 37% EL population on that campus, which is a little more than the resident district Springdale. They're at about 35. But we've really been kind of ramping up programs to work with those students. We also have implemented, starting this year, the benchmark curriculum, which is aligned with the science of reading. All of our teachers have been trained in RISE. And we've also implemented Lexia, which is an online supportive program for English language learners to help them with that. We're also in the process of doing some renovations to add a significant library addition to that school so that we can support our reading initiatives on that campus. In the science, I think one of the things that didn't happen last year with the pandemic was our model of hands-on and interactive science curriculum. So we're hopeful with the kids back on campus and full instruction going on that that's going to come back strong this next spring. So even beyond the classroom and the academic achievements, Lisa Academy really tries to engage students in other STEM activities, including science fair. And as you can see from this, in the 2021, the first year really of our Springdale students participating in a regional science fair, they came back with 3 first place, 2 second place, a 4th, and 2 honorable mentions. So we're real proud of them, even their first year getting in there and doing a good job. Our Central Arkansas campuses have won some of these other awards with Science Quiz Bowl, Robotics, Science Olympiad, Destination Imagination, and Math Counts. So our students are very much engaged with those extracurricular STEM-related competition clubs and have done a great job over the years. And our teachers do a great job of helping them prepare for that. Beyond just our students being involved in STEM, we also try to reach out to the community and the state at large. Some of you, I think, have participated in our STEM Festival. We just had the 7th annual STEM Festival last year. We went ahead and did that at the state fairgrounds. We had to call it the year before, the day before. We were scheduled to have it the day schools closed down for the pandemic. So we were excited to have that back up and running last spring. We had a limited on-site participation, and I think we've had over 10,000 views on that virtually, so we were really happy about that. And we had a new introduction in Northwest Arkansas last May. We had kind of a mini version of that at the Northwest Arkansas Mall with an interactive STEM day where our students went and did demonstrations for folks as they came through the mall. And I think everybody really enjoyed that, and we hope to grow that and reach out to more of the schools and community in that area. And then our solar car team has competed for several years in a national competition. This past year, they went again. The students design the car, build the car, race the car, do everything. And they competed at the Dallas Motor Speedway. They actually won first place in the mechanical drawing competition this past year and got 5th place overall in that competition. And it's just a great life experience for these kids. They're learning engineering, and they're also learning things like welding and teamwork and problem solving. So it's a really good opportunity for them to grow and learn. Another component to our success is our parental or family engagement. We have had a strong home visit program for years, and we continued that even in a virtual environment. We also have a translation service that we use, so regardless of the parent's language, we can work with them to have that home visit, whether it's in person or virtual. We've had open houses, parent-teacher conferences, multiple volunteer opportunities. We have an annual parent academy where we offer workshops for parents to learn how to better engage their students in learning. We've started a statewide reading festival a couple of years ago, and again, the STEM Festival is an annual event that we really are proud of. The location that we're looking for our Fayetteville campus, I think I wanted to explain kind of why we've chosen the location. We looked at a lot of properties. And one of the primary drivers for this was our kids in Springdale and our families in Springdale. They really want the opportunity to continue with Lisa in the high school level. And currently we just go through 8th grade there. The Rogers campus will be available in the next year, but that's a little far away for the Springdale folks. So we were looking for a location that could serve the Fayetteville community and our current Springdale students, as well as serve those opportunity zones in that region. And so the location we've found, as you can see from this graphic, is centered right in between those two opportunity zones, reaches the Fayetteville community as well as our current Springdale campus. There's no doubt that the population is growing in that area, and you can see the census data here of the projected growth in Springdale, Johnson, and Fayetteville. It's pretty phenomenal how much that region is growing. So we feel like offering another alternative for education in that area is appropriate, and the timing is right for that based on the projected growth. In addition to that, we looked at the student population projections, and as you can see, they're projecting more than 37,000 students in school age in that region in the next few years. So there's a very strong student population within 5 miles of the campus location that we're looking at. This is just a projection of our enrollment for the Fayetteville campus. We're asking for some flexibility with grade configuration. We plan to start with the lower grades. This model shows K through 5 in the beginning. If we had enough demand, we would consider going up to 8th grade in the beginning and then adding grades. We don't plan to start with the high school right away, but we'll add that as soon as we have a demand for it and as soon as we have enough students to move into that. We would plan to reach full enrollment by the 2030 school year. We had a couple of parents who wanted to weigh in on this, but they're up in Northwest Arkansas, and so we offered them a video option. And so I've got a couple of parents who spoke. One is Johnny Gonzalez, who is a parent of a current Lisa Academy 6th grade student who is very interested in having a high school option for his student. And then Ben Temple, who is a former Ozark Montessori Academy board member and was actually the chair of the board when we had the merger with them. And he currently has 2 students at our Lisa Springdale campus. So we have a short video clip I'd like to share with you from them.
Gonzalez from Siloam Springs, and my son Hayden Gonzalez goes here in the 6th grade. Since the school has transitioned to Lisa Academy, we've been very happy. We like the classroom size, we like the attention that the individual students get, we like the concern the staff has for my son's education. We've been very satisfied with the Lisa process.
As president of the OMA Board of Trustees, it was incumbent upon me and the board to do very thorough due diligence when Lisa approached us to potentially assume control of our facilities and the education of the students that we serve. You know, we wanted to see evidence of their commitment to educational excellence while also serving a diverse population that we have in Springdale and catering to the needs of students who need more help to kind of come up the curve. But all that gave me a pretty unique perspective into how they operate. As a parent of 2 OMA students, if I felt any trepidation whatsoever about sending my own kids to this organization, I'd be against it. And needless to say, we were all very impressed with their process, their values and their people. Really an amazing culture, and it's top down, whether you talk to high-level administrator or you're talking to a teacher or you're talking to someone in the lunchroom. You know, it really kind of permeates the organization. It's really impressive to the teachers that they employ, and I think they'll be a great fit in Fayetteville.
So my button's not working.
I think he's going to switch it back.
There we go. So to conclude, I'll just summarize what we're asking for in our amendment request. We're asking to add a new K-12 campus in Fayetteville, opening in the fall of 2023, with flexible grade configurations to begin that. The eventual campus would house the following schools in 2 buildings: Lisa Academy Fayetteville Elementary, which is K-5, Lisa Academy Fayetteville Middle School 6 through 8, Lisa Academy Fayetteville High School 9 through 12. We're asking to maintain all of the waivers currently held by Lisa Academy North Middle and High School. And we're asking for a cap increase of $1,168 for the Fayetteville campus, and that would be implemented in phases over multiple years, we're projecting to reach that full cap in 2030. And as you can see from the artist's rendition there, that's a rendition of the Phase 1 building, which would be the lower grade, and then Phase 2 would be next across from the parking lot from that, with the upper grades building on the same campus. We thank you for your time, and we'll be happy to open up for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. James? Legal questions or concerns?
I don't have any legal questions or concerns because they are asking for the same waivers that they already have at 2 other schools. I don't have anything to add to that.
Okay. Dr. Flowers, would you like to start us off? You have questions?
Right now.
Okay. Mr. Baldwin?
What a great program. You guys, do really well. It's always a pleasure when you come here. In looking at your projections with your budget, I can see that you're projecting, I guess, to make money in year 1 at Fayetteville, or to be profitable. Is that?
The budget? I'm having a little trouble hearing you say it.
Oh, I'll put it closer. Is that better?
That's better. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So just in thinking through your growth expansion from a financial perspective, it looks like you're projecting to break even and make some money in year 1. Is that consistent with what you found in your other schools when you've opened up new schools?
Yes, I think we've tried to grow intentionally at a pace that we feel like our budget and our personnel can handle.
Okay.
And so I think that our finance team has done a great job of being real attuned to those projections as we grow.
Okay. Let me ask you a third question. So you all have grown a lot, and it looks like you know how to do it. What are your future plans? I know that's not on the table today, but I'm just curious about the methodology that you use, and is there a limit at which you say, Lisa's big enough, we've covered everywhere we want to cover, or is it just going to keep going?
Again, I think maybe you have seen on our growth plan, right now we have an established system in Central Arkansas. In Northwest Arkansas right now we have on the 1 campus, we have under 1 construction. So we are planning to have 2 K-12 system in Northwest Arkansas. And then we have the hybrid for the whole state. Again, Northwest Arkansas expansion, we will add maybe buildings, later for Midland High School. So our future plan as of now is just right now settling down and then, making those, buildings, ready for the education, and then seeing the demand again in the future. If we have higher demand from different areas or from Central Arkansas or Northwest Arkansas, we can consider. But as of now, just right now, we would like to use those facilities with full capacity, and then maybe during that time we will observe and see if there is any future demand for this academy in any areas.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
Thank you for your presentation. More comment than question. I did have a chance to go to the STEM Festival at the fairgrounds and very impressed with your students, and they were very engaging and very knowledgeable of all their projects, so I did appreciate that. Just continue to encourage you as much as you can to connect with our division and technical education to see how we can continue to support what you guys are doing, because I think there's a lot of alignment in your work, and we'd like to be able to support that if possible.
Thank you. We're growing our career technical routes right now, and I know we're working toward a grant to do some more things with our PLTW tracks. So
okay, great.
Thank you for your support.
Good.
Ms. Saraceni?
Just a comment, I've gotten to tour the school and they've been doing a great job. Just continue, and I'm excited to see its growth in Northwest Arkansas.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams?
Yes, just a quick question. The diversity you have in Springdale is great. I'm familiar with the location, and it's really in a very diverse area of Springdale, more on the east side. Now, your current location, it looks like, off Van Ash, I should say, it's almost in the middle of nowhere from a residential standpoint. So how do you plan to have a diverse enrollment there?
Our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Salja, he is serving as also principal for Springdale, so he's going to answer this question.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. When you are looking for the locations, yes, you are right. It looks like no residential area close to there, but there are lots of businesses there. When you are looking for that, Washington Regional Hospital, for example, that's there, and there is a Northwest Arkansas Mall and other places. And this is also next to the highway. It's a very convenient location for people to reach. So when you are looking for that, that is north part of the Fayetteville, very close to the southern part of the Springdale, and we are expecting more students from that area. And our parents basically are biggest advertisements, because when we are asking our new students where they are coming from or how they heard from our schools, they are saying their neighbors, their friends, or their relatives. So this is the best location, we believe, for parents to bring, because the highways for I-49, it's next to the location, and also College Avenue or 71B, that's also very busy street, that's also giving a very easy access to that location. So it is very convenient. When we did a traffic study, we checked Google Maps, how long does it take for the parents to drive from different part of the Springdale, Fayetteville, or even Farmington. We just checked those things, and it's around 20 minutes. So it's not a really big deal for many residential people to drive there, because we are not providing transportation. And another reason that we picked that location, we look at the opportunity zones. There are two zones in the Northwest Arkansas, and which one is the Springdale area that we have a school, and another one is the Fayetteville area, and we want to make sure it's close enough for our current students and the parents to come to our high school. So we believe this is the best place, and being next to the highway and 71B and easy access to the exit and close to the Northwest Arkansas Mall and Washington Regional Hospital and other business places, we believe we can easily reach our enrollment goals. And you see the numbers, we are starting small. We are not really expecting big numbers in a couple of years, and we are going to grow with our students.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to do a K-5 first and then the 6-12, or are you going to try to do them simultaneously?
Based on the demands, we are going to check how many students apply for each grade level. So this is our intention to start K-5. Maybe we have enough students for 6, 7, and 8th grade, so we can open those grade levels. But according to our experience so far, we are getting more demands in the elementary piece, and we have enough students to have enough staff members and enough enrollment. So this is our plan to start K-5.
Okay. Well, you know, I live in Springdale, and so my kids kindergarten all the way through. I used to live in Johnson, so
okay.
Yeah, so I'm very familiar with what you're talking about. I will say still, I would just expect for you all to have the same diversity numbers as you have in your other schools. And my concern is just that you're looking at a K-5, and the middle school, high school kids, I can see the transportation is not an issue, but for elementary school, that tends to be more of an issue for low-income parents. They tend to go to schools that has, from a location standpoint, that's close to where they reside, and this is not going to be the case there. So you all do great work with schools. I think Lisa came before me when I was on the State Board of Education years ago when it started. So I know from an academic standpoint, it's a good, solid program. I just want you to watch your diversity there and do what you can to increase it, because where you're located at currently, there's really no residential areas out there whatsoever.
You're right, but Northwest Arkansas is growing. We checked to locals, and they said this area is a potential to grow. So Johnson is growing really fast. Springdale is growing really fast. Fayetteville, they are all growing, and they are looking for the land to put residential units, business, and basically this area the only place between Springdale and Fayetteville to put buildings. So we believe that that area will be really busy in a very close time frame.
Okay. Well, I wish you all the best with this. I kind of had that region pegged for commercial instead of residential, but I drive through there regularly because just on the other side of the 49 is all commercial right now. Okay. Anyway, that's a good answer. Thank you.
I think we've had some success with planning schools in unusual places and figuring out how to make them work. So hopefully this will be the same.
Okay, good deal.
And just, like, let me add you this. For the Springdale location and all our locations, we are working with the local community partners. Currently, we are working with the Rooted and Marshallese coalition to reach out those minority populations. And each year we have open houses specifically targeting those minority populations, providing translations and having open houses if they get accepted to complete their registration. So we want to make sure they do not lose their opportunities because of the language barrier or not having the technology or any other reasons. So currently it's not an issue for the Springdale to recruit students from those minority locations, and we believe we can also attract those minorities for our Fayetteville location.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. One, in your visual, which by the way I love, it shows that there's going to be eventually 2 campuses in Fayetteville area. And then on, no slide number, on the amendment request slide, which is near the end, it says 2 buildings, but it shows 3 configurations.
Yeah, no, there are 2 buildings, but actual 3 LEAs in that, which is what we have in our Lisa North campus right now. The K-5 is in one building and the 612 is in the other building, but we have a middle school that's an LEA, a high school that's an LEA in the same,
so
just under the same roof.
You'll be asking eventually for 3 LEA numbers.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So, okay, that makes more sense. But right now, you're only asking for an LEA number for the K-5 portion. Is that correct?
I think we are asking flexibility, for the, grades.
So that's a problem. So here's why it's a problem. So it's a twofold problem. One is in accountability, if you say I'm K-12, then we expect you to meet the standards for K-12. So that's offering high school classes that you don't have any high school kids for. It also skews where you go into the accountability for federal accountability, which grouping do you go into, the high school group, the elementary group, or the middle school group? The thing that's really important to me is understanding what the cap would be for determining when you need a lottery. Because if you say, well, we just want to be flexible, we want to be K-12, then potentially you could have 1,168 kids apply and you have to take them all. First day. So are you prepared to do that? Those are the questions. That's where I'm cautioning.
Our plan is right now the first building we are going to start as K-5, and then we will add middle school maybe the following year. So after 3 years we are going to have the second building. It means we can house easily our high school and middle school. So this is why we want to go with small smaller numbers, and then we will add more. And this is why our projection is K-5 first. But again, if legally we are not okay with that, we can say we are going to start K-5 next in 2023, and then the following year we can add the middle school, maybe after 3 years the high school, maybe something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I need to know what that something would be. So that's what I'm asking for, is what is your plan? Is your plan, like if I look at the enrollment projection slide, then I'm seeing that you're going to start out with K-5, and
Yes.
are you going to fill up to 230 seats?
Yes, just,
You're not going to take 231? Do you see where I'm going with that?
yeah. Yeah, it can be the cap for K5, for the first year.
K-5 for the first year,
Yeah,
for
230.
230 seats.
Yes.
And then the next year, you would move it to you would have a K-5 building and a sixth grade building?
In the same building, we will serve K through 6, but I think my understanding is we have to serve K through 8. Am I right? When we open middle school, we have to serve all.
Right, but we have to match LEA numbers to go with that.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
it is-
where you're going to have to submit something so that we know to make those changes.
Yeah. Again, fall 2023, we can have K5, 1 LEA. The second year, fall 2024, we can add the middle school LEA and we can serve K through 8. And then in 2026 fall, we can add the high school LEA as well.
In 25, 26?
Yes.
Or 26, 27?
26, 27, so we can add the high school LEA.
In 26, 27?
Yes.
Add high school, elementary, and 20,
Middle school is 20, 24.
24, 25,
Yes.
you're going to add middle school.
I'm sorry, 20, 24, 25, yeah.
Ms. James? So if we don't know, so if we're going to follow this projection sheet, I'm great. But do you understand my concern about we wouldn't know when the lottery should kick into place?
Yes, I do understand the concern.
Yeah,
I can take a minute and try to come up with an answer for you.
okay.
But I do understand the concern.
Right. And so if we put them into the system as a K-12 LEA, that creates a problem. If I put them in as a K-5 and then we come back and add them in as 6-8, we have to do an LEA form every year, but that's no big deal.
Right.
But the cap and the lottery is a big deal for students.
Okay. Let me take just a minute if
Okay.
I can.
It's a huge deal. Not Memphis. No. If they just tell us what the plan is.
Yeah, I understand the concern. I think they have some numbers figured out to present to you. I don't know if I can offer a solution, but we'll see.
Again, ultimately, I know the first year for the elementary, we said projected enrollment is 230, but ultimately the elementary will serve 435 students, in 2030. So as a cap, instead
Okay,
of,
you lost me. Stop.
Yeah.
Back up.
okay.
Okay. This is a time when I wish I had a flip chart. Okay, in the print's small, so I'm having to really.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Dan, can we pull that PowerPoint slide back up? Have you got it in a bigger font? Okay. It doesn't have a slide number. It's near the end with the enrollment projection. It's got a blue table right there. Okay. So in 23-24, you're going to open and advertise for
K5.
K5.
And the ultimate cap is going to be 435.
435 will be your cap for that year.
Yes.
Okay?
And then the following year, we will open our middle school in 24-25.
Okay, and
then
so are you
middle
going to
school-
make that a 6-8?
Yes, 6-8, and the middle school cap is going to be 320.
And you're going to add plus 220?
320.
Plus 320?
Yes.
Okay?
And
that's-
then in
okay.
26-27, we will open our high school LEA, and then as a maximum enrollment of 445.
Okay, let me repeat it back. Make sure I've got it correct.
Okay.
So in 23-24, you will open and advertise as a K5, and you will have a cap of 435 seats.
Yes.
In 2024-25, you will advertise as a K5 and a 6-8, and you will have 435 seats plus 320 additional seats.
Yes.
So that is 755 total, right?
Yes.
And then you'll skip a year, 25-26, and you'll continue to operate as K5 and 6-8. And then in 26-27, you will open a high school,
Yes.
and you will advertise as a K5, 6-8, 9-12, and you'll be adding 445 kids, so that is 1,200 kids.
Yes.
Okay, but your request was for 1,168.
We wanted to round up our total cap to 6,800. Sometimes it's confusing or it's hard to memorize with detailed numbers. So this is why, we propose a little smaller than this to round up our district-wide cap.
I don't understand. Try again.
Yeah, I think when we've completed the charter, amendment request form, it is asking current cap and also the new cap
So you're looking at the total
district,
cap
for the whole district.
district.
And again, if you add 1,200, it's going to be 6,832 something. So instead of
So here's what we're going to need to do. Either you're going to give me a different request for a cap at Fayetteville, or a different, I can't make that match. When you're saying I'm going to roll this up to 1,200 kids and my request is for 1,068. I need them to match. Some one of those numbers.
Okay.
Ask for 1,200, or do we want to take 32 off of the projection?
Yeah, I'm good either way.
Again, if we, this is also a question from me, if we ask district-wide cap increase, like instead of, for example, like school by school, if I say like 1,168 for
Total.
Fayetteville campus total, and it's going to be 6,800 for the whole district, And then if I can have flexibility, for example, if I have more elementary instead of 435, I can get more elementary. So if I can have the flexibility for
You can have a different number between K5, 6, 8, and 9, 12.
yeah.
Right. You have flexibility of where those 1,168 kids go.
Okay, so if this is the case, just we are asking 1,168 for the whole district, also for the
Okay.
Fairfield. Okay.
All right, here we go again. In 23-24, you're going to advertise as a K5 with 435 seats available.
Okay.
In 24-25, you'll advertise as a K5 and a 6-8,
Okay.
and you'll have 755 seats available.
Okay.
In 25-26, repeat. 26-27, you'll advertise as a K5, 6, 8, 9, 12 with 1,168 seats available.
Okay.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Confirmed?
Confirmed with one question. For example, about 1,168. If I have more demand in the elementary,
Then you'll need to come back for so you can put your 1,168 anywhere you want to.
okay, so I can use this cap, for any grade level. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
We're just trying to get you started so I know
Okay.
how to put you in the system
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Okay.
so that you don't have all kinds of flags going off. Okay. Tripp, we good?
Yeah,
Do we have more clarification?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes. I'll start off, and then Mr. Shaheen, Dr. Shaheen may want to help.
Okay.
Tripp Walter, Staff Attorney, APSRC. I believe the consensus is to get from what you have here to 1168, that the 32 are going to be taken from the high school.
By the time they get to 26, 27, the 32 can come from anywhere, K-12.
Okay, well, just wanted to make sure if that was an issue.
Right.
that they-
No, we're
Okay.
just saying that the first cap is 435,
Right.
the next cap is 755, the next cap is 1,168. Any configuration.
Okay, I thought there was an issue with where the 32 went. Okay.
No, the original issue was the numbers given to me were 1,200.
Right, no, I understand,
Right.
I was just gonna say, if it's still a 1,200 versus 1168 issue, to make this go to 1168, then they were willing to take the 32 out of the high school piece.
Okay.
That's all I was
Yeah.
trying to say.
If we stick at 1168, we're good. Do you want to add anything? We're good? All right. Anyone else? Any other?
I still just want to make another point. I would like somewhere as they start recruiting students, if there's a way to get an update on the diversity. And I tell you why. I was looking at this map again, and even though we're calling it Fayetteville, this is extremely North Fayetteville. I mean, it is totally away from where the diverse populations. I've been a deacon in church in Fayetteville for 30 years. So it's really far away from where a diverse population resides, either in South or Southeast Fayetteville. So I just want to call that out now on the front end. And same case for Springdale. Springdale diversity is further north and mainly to the east side of Springdale. So where we're actually planning this school at, there is no diverse residential areas within that area. So I think it's great to come in there, but I just don't want us to, how can I put this? You're gonna have to have a really good recruitment program to make sure that you have a diversity of students from where you're currently located. And I just wanna make sure that we acknowledge that, and that's something that you all are gonna have to work on when it comes to recruiting the students.
And
That's all.
I think we appreciate that, and we're aware of that. And we're already working with a professional advertising agency to try to make sure that we're reaching all the populations in that area. I don't know if you all recall, but there were some concerns about our West Elementary School when we opened it. And it's our highest poverty, highest minority school. because we were very intentional and very persistent in our recruitment efforts. So I think it's good for us to have that heads up that we're going to have to really dig in and do a good job of that to make sure we maintain that diversity on that campus. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Are you providing transportation?
We are considering, based on the demand, again, we might, consider that. Also, we are hiring a community liaison to work with, minority communities to make sure they are aware, and then if they need, a demand for the transportation, we can do that. This is, in our discussion point. And also, it's hard to find, a property in Fayetteville. We spent 1 year to find this property. I know we can desire a nice area, but it's hard to find. So we spent a lot of time there to find, a property that can also attract our 8th graders in Springdale, because we want them to continue our high school. So it shouldn't be very far away from our Springdale campus, plus also close to other, opportunity areas, also close to highway. So also there are some, other districts like Farmington or West Fork. So we are hoping to get also students from those also areas as well. So we are going to advertise, in a broader area in Northwest Arkansas. Again, if transportation is a demand and need, and we can definitely consider that.
Dr. Williams, any additional questions or comments?
None. Thank you.
Anyone else? I folded up all my pieces of paper. We're ready for a motion.
I make a motion to approve the amendment from Lisa Academy. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Saraceni and a second by Ms. Wright McMurray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. If you'll wait just a moment, the team will give you feedback on the voting sheet. Yes, go right ahead.
All right. I support the amendment request, increasing the enrollment cap, and adding a campus will provide more students with opportunity for school choice to a quality program.
Dr. Flowers?
Vote to approve the request for Lisa Academy to add an additional K-12 campus in Fayetteville. I'm excited about this expansion and your ability to help more students reach their full academic potential.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
I support the amendment request. This expansion will provide more opportunities for students in Northwest Arkansas. We look forward to continued development and strengthening of current technical education programs of study.
Dr. Williams?
Yes, I support the motion. The school will create additional STEM opportunities for students in Northwest Arkansas.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I support the request. This is an excellent program and will benefit Fayetteville.
Congratulations. Any further business for the charter panel? If not, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Wright McMurray, a second by Ms. Saraceni to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.